Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Not Relatable podcast.
Hello.
It's been a little while for us.
For us, yes, it has been 3 months, almost to the day, almost. A little bit more.
It's also been a little while for anyone, if anyone listens to this, because we did skip an episode, which, with these being uploaded every 2 weeks, I think that's like we were gone a month. So
Something like that. We had technical difficulties that were out of our hands, totally.
but yeah, hey, but we're here. It's back in our hands.
Yes.
Anyway,
We have all the equipment we could have ever needed that we totally had before.
yeah, we're not in person now, obviously, but it should sound at least better than before because you do have a new microphone.
Yes. And new headphones, which doesn't really affect anything, but gotta throw that
It helps you.
Gotta throw that out there.
Hell yeah. Well, I think we introduce ourselves usually. I know I do in the other podcast.
Yeah.
So I'm James.
I'm Brandon. I don't remember if we
All right.
I don't remember if we do that.
I don't know. But we did it today.
I don't watch our stuff. I don't even know what channel's called.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think Austin or Jonah do. I think Lauren's the only one who keeps up with any of it.
Yeah.
For me, it's just an archive as well. It's like cool. I do like to listen back sometimes, but after at least a year or two or more pass, then it's kind of cooler, more novelty.
It's more of a time capsule at that point.
Yeah, that's why I like to do it. Anyway. I guess so. This news is going to be like a week old at this point by the time this goes up. But there was a little thing today, state of play, if you're familiar. Not familiar. All right.
Is that the PlayStation thing?
Yeah, it's the PlayStation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like all the announcements for PlayStation and whatnot, and we finally got that Silent Hill update, but I'm not happy.
Why might that be? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything about it. I didn't hear anything. Like, I feel like I remember hearing that there was going to be a show, but like, I haven't seen anyone talk about it.
It was honestly like everything seemed pretty last minute. I didn't hear about it until like because I'm in the Silent Hill subreddit, like people start saying, "Oh, this leaker basically confirmed they're gonna talk about Silent Hill at this at the state of play," and at that point they were like, "Oh, and by the way, it's like 3 days away." So it was just the only one who seemed to be counting down to it was Hideo Kojima, because he announced like Death Stranding 2 or whatever.
Oh, actually, I saw that. I was like, what the fuck? When did he announce that? I saw a meme of it.
Yeah, they're quite the memes. It was probably the highlight, which is unfortunate because so many people were looking forward to Silent Hill news. And as a typical Silent Hill fan, I am disappointed because as for Silent Hill 2, the remake of one of my favorite games, we finally got an update after they announced it in, I believe, October or September of 2022. So it's going on like a year and a half that we've even heard about this game, I think. And
there seems to be a release trend.
Yeah, they finally showed gameplay, and it didn't look that good. I mean, okay, the game itself looks fine, like the graphics, the visuals, whatever, look good, but the gameplay, the gunplay, the combat, it doesn't look good. I didn't even see. Yeah, I didn't even see like an aiming reticle, which I mean, if you're talking about the original, there wasn't one, but that's because
that was what PS2, 1, 2.
Yeah, PS2, but that like style of it wasn't in that style. So when you aim, it's like a third person kind of not fixed camera, but like it's just a different style thing. You don't actually like the aiming isn't that involved in the original, you know.
Mhm.
Where now it's like kind of a clone of Resident Evil 2 remake and like all the modern Resident Evil remakes and whatnot. Like those are all great, and like you can tell it's definitely taken from that. But yeah, I didn't even see an aiming reticle, and beyond that, like it wasn't. It didn't like you know how in like Resident Evil 2, if you like shoot a zombie, you'll see like its head explode. Like especially if you do like a shotgun or something.
Yeah.
Like it just like would show a little like squirt of blood when you shoot. Like it looked like PS3 stuff. Like it was not detailed. Um, I don't know, man. It was just disappointing and all. But the real kicker, the real disappointment, the biggest disappointment regarding Silent Hill 2 is that they didn't even fucking give us a release date. Still.
Really?
There's still no release date. They showed us combat, and then at the end of this thing, like everyone's like, finally, we're gonna get a fucking release date, and it's just said Silent Hill 2 is in development. That's the kicker.
It can't be that. It can't be like take that long to remake Silent Hill 2.
No, I mean they've given. There's so much talk about it. They've given it to Bloober Team, which has always tried, like ever since PT came out, to make a game like PT, basically, and they've never nailed it. And they've never had a game apparently with like a combat system. Even like they usually do the thing where you like run and hide and shit like that. That's me speaking from what I've heard. I haven't played a Bloober game. I've always heard they're aggressively mid. They made the Blair Witch game as well. I heard that's one of their better ones, but still, like, they seem to be okay with graphics and like atmosphere and stuff, but they don't actually know how to put a fully like realized game together. Which is why a lot of people were very disappointed when it came out. Like, that's who's in charge of the Silent Hill 2 remake.
Mm-hmm.
It's an important game, you know?
Yeah, I can see a lot of people being up in tissue.
Yes.
Like if you don't
Okay.
have a good reputation, and then
Oh yeah.
having a big project like that given to you.
Yeah, and you know, that's just Konami for you. But so that's Silent Hill 2, and that's not even, I mean, that is, I guess, incredibly disappointing. But what's more on my mind today is that they announced also and released in the same breath, like they dropped a surprise Silent Hill game today, called The Secret. No, not Secret. The Short Message, and it's about like 2.5, 3 hours. It's on the shorter side, obviously, and you know, people were like, "Oh, maybe we'll get a release date for beating like the thing that they released today because it was free." It seemed like, oh shit, they're doing another PT type thing after all this time,
Mm-hmm.
and I played it. First off, we did not get
You
a
don't sound
release.
too. You don't sound too thrilled.
No, I don't. We did not get a release date for beating it, and that's neither here nor there. I guess I wasn't too confident that that would happen, but I think that the game was trash.
Makes sense if it was free. They probably didn't put their best into it. Or a lot of resources.
Here's the thing, though. I feel like I'm crazy because the Silent Hill community is notoriously negative about everything because there's
Yeah.
not much to be happy about.
Exactly.
As a Silent Hill fan or a fan of any Konami property, really.
Mm-hmm.
But if just like some quick scrolls through the subreddit, like people have some minor issues, but they seem to actually like this new thing a whole lot. And I'm very confused by that response because to me, I mean, to someone who like hasn't seen it, I don't know how to describe it, but um, first and foremost, like all subtlety is out the window with it, which like the originals are known for having that subtlety
Yeah.
in its storytelling, um, environmental storytelling, kind of like
Yeah. You almost need that stuff. It's part of the formula.
this one. Yeah, this one. Oh, and like of course, yeah, yeah. Yeah, sorry, gonna get off track. I almost want to just pull up this comment I left on the subreddit, which is getting downvotes. So I guess I got a hot take on my hands. But someone, of course, there's a thread asking like, what do we think of it? And so I started saying apologizing for bringing more negativity to this very negative sub, but I say I start with all subtlety thrown out the window, as is everything after Silent Hill 4. And I found the voice acting very annoying. There's this thing in modern games where voice actors like really ham it up, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but like you can't just have like a delivery that sounds like natural anymore. You gotta have like like there's all this shit going on.
Yeah.
When someone's supposed to be sad, it's totally like hammed up, and it's gonna age terribly. Like in 10 years or whatever, we're gonna look back on this and be like, cringe.
Yeah. I feel like it's definitely a genre thing. Like, cause I'm pretty sure Konami is still a Japanese company, right?
Yes, yes. If you're gonna say it's like
The
a
translation.
Japanese thing, I don't know if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, kind of like I mean, more like a localization, like translation thing, like dubbing over it. Because like there's a lot of like for like Final Fantasy, for example, because my brother Cody loves to play like
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 15, and it's like almost the same thing where it's like almost like lost in translation, where it feels like sometimes the actors are like overacting what like the characters are doing. So I do wonder if that has something to do with like the localization of it has anything to do with it.
Well, that's it's interesting for sure, but with Silent Hill, this was also a problem in the later in the post Silent Hill Team Silent games. So like this was something that unfortunately was happening in like 2008, and then like it was a big problem with like the HD collection as well. A lot of people are commenting we hate the new voices because everyone's delivering it like with a lot of breath, like way more breathy than it needs to be, and way more just like like just these little noises to like sell it, I guess,
Yeah.
quote unquote. Like that just were that really like honestly take away from how seriously I can take it, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, yeah, I don't want to spend so long on this. We do have a lot to get through with Mass Effect, which will be our topic.
Yes.
But yeah, so I'm just gonna. Yes, I will blast through this comment I made. I guess you'll learn a little about my tastes here. So I'll just read this whole thing and then I'll explain to you like what I'm talking about. I say it trivializes and oversimplifies depression and suicidal ideation in a way I haven't seen so tactlessly handled since 13 Reasons Why. It overall feels like life is strange, which is not a compliment. It's out of touch and reductive with its portrayal of young adults. Beyond that, the gameplay doesn't feel good. You move too slowly unless you're running away from Flowerhead, which is what I've dubbed the new monster that chases you around. Cool design, by the way. I'll just put that in here because I did think it looked cool, and then I was kind of surprised to see Masahiro Ito, who I know is working on like the Silent Hill 2 remake, worked on this um, because he's like original OG Team Silent days and whatnot.
Mhm.
So it made sense that that was actually a cool kind of looking monster, but the sections with it were not cool. I'll keep going. I said the running sections are annoying as hell, uh, especially the last section. Somebody thought being disoriented and frustrating equals good psychological horror, apparently. Not to mention how many times this thing just blatantly takes from PT completely shamelessly. Like you'll literally be running through a disorienting hallway with hundreds of eyes on the wall that are looking around. Like that's literally out of PT. And I said it doesn't feel like an homage or acknowledgement or anything to me. It just feels cheap and lazy and coasting off of what already worked before and bringing nothing new to the table. And then to cap it all off, I said, all that said, it seems like a lot of people are enjoying it, and that's great. But like, if you can get down with it, I'm happy for you. But for me, it continues the streak of terrible Silent Hill games. And I got downvoted because I had the wrong opinion, I guess.
It's Reddit for you.
That's Reddit,
You're not allowed
yeah.
to have your own opinion.
Yeah, like, this was supposed to be a discussion forum. I didn't realize I had to have a positive take. Um, but,
You gotta be part of the mob. Can't be.
yeah, so what do I mean? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. You are familiar with Life is Strange, and I don't think you are with 13 Reasons Why, but lightly.
I think
Um,
we watched like the first like two episodes together, and then I went home or some shit like that. We just never watched it together again.
so, yeah, you're aware of how they handle, like, you know,
Yeah,
teenage depression and topics like that, suicide,
yeah,
all this heavy stuff.
yeah. I was gonna say, I don't remember if it was with you. I think it was with you, but I remember watching YMS's
13
review.
Reasons Why.
Yeah, his like review slash watch through of it. Yeah,
Yeah. It's hilariously bad. Which is actually, I made a post on the YMS subreddit that he needs to play this game because it's a mix of Life is Strange and 13 Reasons Why. Um, so, yeah, it just that style doesn't mix with Silent Hill, especially because it's known for its subtlety. And this just throws everything in your face. It's like, how many times do I have to hear the word trauma? Like how
yeah.
many times? Yeah. There's
Like, the best way to convey trauma isn't to tell you have trauma.
yeah, and exactly. And there's this like bullying plot, I guess spoiler, I think. Like you there's so much to say. Jeez. Uh you're like you wake up and you don't remember where you are or why you're there, and you have to figure shit out, and then it turns out someone died and you bullied them, and so you feel guilty and responsible for their death, which is the most generic bullshit plot line, especially for a Silent Hill game. It's reminiscent of Silent Hill 2, but in the most generic modernized bullshit way.
Very relatable. It happens to me.
Yeah,
It happens to me all the time.
every goddamn like story, Silent Hill story since 2, with Western developers, or really, I guess this new shit too, is just a copy paste of what worked on their most popular game, which is like
Yeah.
someone does something traumatic and then forgets about it and then slowly discovers it, and you find out, yeah, you're a bad person and you have trauma. It's so bad.
Why do something new and risky when you have a formula that already works?
Right. No, exactly. It it was just very disappointing and handled very badly. And I wish we'd both played it so we could have more of a back and forth on it. But yeah, I'm never gonna touch the game again. And I'm kind of disillusioned that so many people think it's good because we like this might be the future of Silent Hill.
sounds
Yeah.
awful, I guess.
I mean, yeah, and I could just rant about this for an entire podcast, but we do have so much to get to, so I'm just going to cut it there before I go forever.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, yeah, it's just a free game, anyways. It's whatever.
It is, and that's not lost on me. At least there's some cool music in it and some cool art and whatever. But oh boy, yeah. Let's diverge now to the main topic of the hour
Yeah.
of a couple hours probably. I did a thing.
Hmm. You did a thing. It was quite the.
Yeah,
It was quite the time commitment.
I just said I did a thing, which is very quirky of me.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Yes, I finally played the Mass Effect trilogy.
Hmm.
Hooray!
Which I don't know.
Uh,
I don't know if I've said on the show, but is one of my favorite game series.
ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just period.
Goated. In a way. Yeah, I don't remember. I think when we did our top 5 games, I think you put one of them in there. I could be wrong though.
I think it was one
Do
of
you
those.
remember?
I think if it was one of those ones where if I had to choose one, it was three, I think. But I assume I said my reasons, but I don't remember. We're talking like at least October at the latest.
Yeah, and I can't remember if you put a Mass Effect at all. I imagine you would have, but my memory is just not that good. Anyway, yes, now I have played the Legendary trilogy, the Legendary edition, in fact.
Which includes
PS4 version.
all DLC.
Yes, it does. And we haven't. We talked about how we should approach talking about this because there's just so much.
Yeah.
And then we didn't actually come up with a way to approach it.
No.
So, I guess I would probably propose just going game by game, and then like I can mention some big general things along the way.
It's probably a good way to start. And then just kind of
But-
just going and thinking.
Yeah, I mean we might as well start with where it all started. But first off, you played the first 2 games, or did you not get around to playing 2?
I didn't really get around to two. I know I told you I could probably speed through two, which I don't really want to do. I'll be honest. But then
Right.
I spent most of my day off yesterday just not playing. I didn't sit down to start playing until like midnight.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you say you'll do something on your day off, and then that feels like a commitment, and you just want to chill instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Errands,
been there.
cooking, falling asleep on accident. You'd be like that.
There's all that.
But yeah.
Um,
But then I did do all of the first wave of recruitments. I'm like 3 or 4 hours in, so I mean it's not awful.
pretty good, pretty good. I'm gonna, I guess, disclaim that I avoided all DLC until the 3rd game. For the most part, I did a little bit into.
Yeah, like the
And
DLC,
that was yeah, that wasn't even intentional.
yeah.
But and then in 3, I did actually. Oops, I accidentally ended up doing all the DLC except 1, I believe. So I played 3 the most thoroughly, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, let's talk about the first one then, where it all started.
Yes, we might as well. Gotta start somewhere. Just begin at the beginning,
Begin at the beginning.
as it was once said. By
Uh, by a man named Frank Turner.
a very handsome British fella.
He sure is. Okay.
Well, I've
So
played
we
it.
start with, huh?
I was gonna say I've played it now. I believe that was my 4th time playing through it. Why don't you give your thoughts? Because it was your first impression.
Right.
or
It's
you
just so
start.
hard.
Yeah,
Where do we start? We start with a Prothean beacon, I believe.
yeah, on Eden Prime.
Yes, but that's not what I'm going to talk about because I'm gonna have to talk more generally, and then we'll probably get into it from there. Um, what do I want to say about one? I want to say it is obviously, and I feel like the consensus is it's the worst of the three, but
It
it's
is.
not bad.
Yeah,
But it's not a bad game.
yeah. It definitely hasn't aged well. It's definitely a game made in 2007.
It did remind me of like the one time I tried to play Halo. It reminded me a lot of when I tried to play the first Halo.
Which
And I can't say quite why, but that car especially reminded me of Halo.
dude, fuck the Mako.
Yeah.
My,
That thing was something else. Driving that thing was a nightmare.
I, excuse me. Yeah, I this most recent playthrough, I decided to do. Hold on, I'm tangling myself in my cords. But
Oh, it's all good.
but my most recent, yeah, this most recent playthrough, I tried to do as much as I could, which compared to my usual, I blasted through one because it was my least favorite. But this time, I decided to sit down and do as much as I could, physically could, without looking up guides. And out of the 31 hour playtime, I genuinely feel like I spent more than half of it in that freaking car.
That's crazy.
That's what it felt.
'Cause
It sure felt like it.
was a lot of the side stuff in the car?
Yeah, a lot of the side,
Okay.
like so many of the missions are like, Shepard, we need you to go deal with like these people. They're doing some shady shit, and you go to like this system in this cluster, find the planet, go land on the planet in the Mako, and then go explore the planet until you find the building that they're in.
Mm.
Rinse and repeat for every fucking planet.
I did do that for one or two things, but I don't know if they were mandatory because I don't even think I was considering DLC for the first game. I may have ended up doing some, or I may have just done some side missions that are in the main game anyway.
I did look it up because yeah, this was my first time. Yeah, my first time playing through the Legendary Edition, so there could be a lot of DLC that I haven't played because I didn't play all of it. But I looked it up, and one only had two DLC missions. One of them being corrupt. So yeah, there was only one DLC mission which I did play, and I don't know if you did. It's really hard to.
Probably.
It's really.
Yeah, probably
It
not.
doesn't. It doesn't feel like a DLC mission, so it's pretty easy to just kind of do it.
I did something where you had to like land on a planet, drive in the car, and then like you have to like burrow underground and like deactivate a bomb. Was that part of the main mission, or was that a side thing?
That was just a side mission. I do remember that one.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so that's probably like the only one I did, and when I did it, I didn't realize it was like a side thing. I just thought like
Yeah.
I had to go do it because it was before I really understood anything.
Yeah. But was that pretty much like the only side mission you did in one?
It's got to be one of the only ones because I made it clear. I was playing a lot of one with Drake, my friend here. He was showing me the ropes with Mass Effect 1 because if I was left to my own devices, I probably would have never gotten into it. It's just like a game where there's a lot to take in and a
Yeah.
lot to learn and a lot to do, especially if you don't usually play like games like that with big, epic, lore filled universes and rules and all of that. Um, so yeah, Drake was kind of showing me the ropes, and I think it was probably after that I said like I just want to focus on like main shit, and then he was pretty much like, okay, you just go to Pharos and Nevaria, and that's pretty much the game.
Yeah, it really is because when you're, I think, at least when I was doing Pharos, like I think it's on that mission or towards the end, you learn about I'm trying to blank, and I literally just did this like the other night. Yeah, Monday night, and I don't remember the one with the cloning facility, or that you nuke it, and you learn about that, and then after that, that's where you go to Ilum or Ios, and then the game's over. So it's like there's only four major planets with their own quest lines, which isn't long,
For
which isn't long at all.
Are you including like Eden Prime in that?
No, like that's kind of the tutorial, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So that would be like Pharos and Nevaria, Elos, and
Yeah,
then whatever the end is.
Vermeer.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, those four, and then if you want to kind of Eden Prime, like the Citadel, that's kind of like the tutorial. And then like once you're a Spectre, like now you're let loose your devices or whatever. You want to count that?
Yeah.
The intro.
So I think we made it clear this will kind of be all over the place. Also,
Absolutely.
not relevant to other people, but could you talk into the mic more like this?
Yeah, I could do that.
I think the audience will appreciate.
Yeah,
But
I noticed I can't hear myself with this mic, so which kind of downside.
yeah, that's a bummer. I can hear myself in my headphones. But back on to the game. I was gonna go on my first tangent and I've kind of forgot, but let's just let me say a positive overall about one that I mentioned to you already because we had quite a lot of conversations just as I was playing through these.
We had many conversations. We had,
Yes,
we had
yes.
many words.
Yes, it's just time to record them. Um, I thought the story itself in one was one of the strongest aspects because it felt very open and shut, like it knew what it wanted to do. And then after the story was told, like it didn't feel like the kind of game that even needed a sequel. Like it wouldn't have its legacy if it didn't have a sequel because
Mm-hmm.
it's honestly pretty mid if it was just the first game.
Yeah,
but
I guess
but
like
the story was pretty open and shut, and I liked the end. The last like few hours, uh, were pretty great. Like there's a lot of stuff in the middle that feels like meandering. But once you get towards the end and like to the point of no return, I guess as you would say.
yeah, iOS.
Yeah. It really feels like um it reaches its crux. Like it's engaging at that point. Like I was for the first time feeling engaged at this in the story by that point. And you're meeting with the first Reaper.
Oh yeah,
Uh
I did like that talk with Sovereign. That's still one of my
yeah, Sovereign.
that's still one of my favorite moments because that's like one of the only times you talk to a Reaper,
Mm-hmm.
which I feel like should have happened more.
It was interesting. It was like, okay, we've been hearing about this shit, and there's also twists and turns with Saren.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, unfortunately, it's definitely backloaded. The story, but um, and then the gameplay that you experience for most of your playtime is just like all right, but
Yeah, it's such as your average third person shooter. Nothing like too crazy. I feel like at least in one.
yeah, we touched on this in our conversation a bit ago. All the walking in one is a major issue, especially the Citadel. The Citadel, just traversing the Citadel,
Yeah,
almost had me giving up pretty quickly.
like it probably would have been awful if I didn't know it. Like because I have it memorized in all three games, and it's like
Mhm.
I could imagine that could get. Like, I do remember it being really confusing the first two times I played one,
Mhm.
and even this
Glad
time,
it's not just me.
And even this time through, like I use the rapid transport for everything. I was like, I ain't walking this shit.
And there's a lot of map usage, which like I've just totally like forgot was such a big
Hmm.
part of the first game because in two and three I barely use it.
Yeah, because I mean, two does have where you click the left stick, it does give you an objective direction. But yeah,
Yeah.
one at
Oh, I
least.
like that a lot.
I don't remember if three had it, but um,
Not as it three would tell you like your objective, but it wouldn't like literally point you in the right direction.
yeah. Especially as someone who's trying to do as much as I could, I spent so much time on the map screen, like looking for quest markers, shops, points of interest, pathways. Because I remember getting lost. I remember getting lost on Pharos, oddly enough, because like I guess I was just turning corners too quickly.
I think I did that. I
But
think I got lost there.
yeah, I just spent so much time in the map screen specifically. Well, and the journal screen. I'd be like, just like all these side quests, like go to this cluster and this system and go to this planet, and I got to like keep checking it. But that's more of a personal memory problem.
For me, I must have the same problem because I would say I use the journal throughout all three games,
Hmm.
quite a bit, um, just to stay on top of everything.
Thankfully, I haven't done it yet in two, but that's mainly because like two's my shit. But we'll get there.
You
We'll
know
get
that in and out. Yeah.
we'll get there.
So more on one, I guess. Yeah, it really is all over the place. So sorry for that, but let's talk about the characters. I mean, yeah. I mean, do you want to say anything, or you want me to start?
You can start because I mean, like, I guess I did have like a newfound like realization about the characters this time around. Um, I feel like the only thing I would want to add is I guess we kind of mentioned it, is I feel like one at least did pretty good world building, at least for like a first entry in a series. So I feel like you get a good idea of like the alien races, their personalities, their specialties, blah blah blah, their role in the Milky Way galaxy and all that. I feel like you get a good
Mhm.
idea.
Yes, I would agree with that, and I would agree. Yeah, we talked about how I think the plot is nice and succinct. On the whole. And then yeah, the world building I would agree is good. When it comes down to individual characters, that's where the flaw lies, in my opinion. Which
Yes.
I did mention that to you. I didn't find any character in one to be particularly uh interesting, like, or I just didn't really. I can't say I cared for any of the characters in the first one. It was kind of like I heard from you and Drake that like, oh, Garrus is fucking, he's the man, and I was like, all right. So I
Yeah.
like picked Garrus, and but uh, I didn't get a whole lot out of him in one, honestly.
Yeah.
And then you know, Liara, another super popular character. Um, I thought, you know, it was kind of the usual, like, everyone just thinks you're awesome type of thing, like, that I complain about with, like, Nintendo games a lot. Like,
Hmm.
uh, it didn't feel like anyone had that much to them. And I
Yeah.
tried to romance Tally. I feel like in the first game they said Tolly, and then from then on they always said Tally, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I always said Tally,
Yeah,
but
so I
yeah.
tried to romance her and found out that you can't in the first game.
Hmm.
And so just kind of talking to her, there wasn't a lot to that either.
Yeah.
Um, and then there's like one note kind of. I felt like Rex came off a bit one note in the first game. He's just angry and he cares about this one thing, and that kind of defines his character. And I always heard how great the characters were, and the biggest crime is Shepard because I feel like he's a complete husk in the first game, and he'll just say whatever you say, like with the straightest, like most monotonous tone, and
Mm-hmm.
he'll just like it's funny. Like I was laughing listening to him talk half the time, especially like the I should go hits pretty hard in the first game.
They made me laugh ever since ever when you pointed out. Like I laugh now every time I see it, and even now as it persists into two, it still makes me laugh. Just like I should go.
Since I pointed it out,
Yeah, like it's something like I knew it was kind of like a meme, and like
yeah,
even the Citadel DLC kind of jokes about it. But like it was just kind of you pointed out like how funny it was, and then as I was playing, I started at one, and I don't know, just kind of something about it. Like it's like I felt I was more focused on it, so like I don't
yeah,
know, it just kind of made me laugh.
I totally thought you were like a pioneer of that meme because like yeah it was in the DLC, so I was like okay the fan base knows that's funny. uh
Yeah, at least
um
back then it was just kind of like yeah, he does say that.
yeah.
He does say that a lot.
I don't remember any specific encounters, but in the first game I know it would be like Tali, what are you doing? And then she'd be like, oh, I'm just working on this thing to make sure the ship's going well. And he'll be like, okay, I want to talk about you. And she'd be like, okay, my dad is like really hard on me, and like my family's a whole mess. And he'll be like, I should go. I don't know. Like, yeah,
The dicey subject.
it doesn't give you like a lot to say back. And then
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is something Mass Effect is infamous for. Is like you get your dialogue options, and then Shepard will just say something else. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, there's that also throughout yeah, where your choices are not at all what he says. Um but yeah, I mean I'm not hating on it. I found it quite charming, honestly.
mhm.
The funny dialogue in one, and it seems like they were aware of it and it definitely got better as the series went.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah, even just jumping from one to two, the guy that plays Shepard has so much more character and like emotion behind his performance. It's night and day.
Oh yeah.
Like I know, like I
He's
know,
great in 2 and 3. Like and in 1 he's just funny.
like I know in real life there was a 3, possibly 4 year difference depending on the development cycle. But still, like when you play the games back to back, it's so noticeable.
Completely. And the character writing is as well.
Yeah.
But I guess yeah, while we're on one still, what I don't know. I guess like I could say once I got into the swing of things, I did enjoy the gameplay loop. Once I understood what it was kind of all about.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't like Pharos much, and that's a decent portion of the game, I guess. Once I did Pharos first, which did not help me get into it. But from like Novaria onto Elos or whatever, and then the last one you said.
Vermeer.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I did it in that order because by the time I got to Novaria, I knew what the game was about, and I was able to pretty much blast through it on my own at that point. That's when we took off the training wheels. Drake wasn't here with me anymore, and I pretty much blasted through it in like 6 hours or so from then.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't know what the game's like on higher difficulties, but I remember Saren being super easy to take down.
Yeah. To
Like
me,
I unloaded like a clip into him, and that was it.
yeah, I was playing a normal this time around, like because I think at least my first playthroughs, like my first one, I definitely played easy because I was a little bitch, but I was playing normal, and yeah, Saren definitely wasn't hard by any means. He was just a bullet sponge. He just took a lot of
Yeah,
bullets, or else like, and like if he did any damage, like well, meta gel, and then team's full health, and it's like all right, keep shooting.
yeah. There's a positive about the first one, in my opinion, is that you can use the Medigel whenever you want,
Mhm.
which they take out in 2 and then they bring back in 3.
Yeah, it's yeah. Like I kind of like two system. It's definitely more jarring when you off the heels of one, but I do like two system. But I do like I didn't remember liking that three was kind of like a hybrid kind of
3
both.
was a combination. I liked threes the best
I did like that.
because, yeah, it gave me the option, like, and also you recover faster in 3. Unless that's in my head, but I swear you recover like a good significant amount faster.
I don't remember.
Um, to me, it feels like the shield, like you need like 3 seconds, but in 4 or in 2, sometimes it felt like 7 or 8 seconds. I don't know. Like it felt like a little while
Mhm.
in 2. I could be wrong. Um, but yeah, no, I definitely appreciate the option because there were a few times in 3 where I would be pretty close to dead, and I could just hit up a first aid and then hide,
Yeah,
and like I'd be better,
exactly.
which I liked about 1. And then in 2, not having that safety net.
Yeah,
Uh,
like there is a healing, but I feel like it's definitely more pushes you to use it as like a revive and not like, oh, I'm gonna die, I better heal. No, it's yeah, definitely more of a revive tool.
yeah, you know what else in 1? I
Hmm.
guess I'm dogging on 1 a lot. I feel like your crewmates were pretty much useless in 1. I remember they were always dying, like left and right. Uh, they would die at like the drop of a pin, and I would have to use Unity over and over and over again, which is not a problem in 2 and 3.
Were you upgrading their gear?
I was auto upgrading everybody,
Oh,
but I
they have their own weapons and armor.
okay. So I don't think I was upgrading their upgrading their weapons, but I don't think I was upgrading their armor.
That's probably why. Or else, yeah, I was.
But it was as early as like the first Krogan fight I was telling you about. Like they were, so that's relatively early in the game, and they were both dying immediately.
Yeah.
I redid that fight like 10 times.
Oh, I just I felt bad because yeah, you said you were like you struggled with that, and then I like demolished it.
Well, I bet you did.
Because yeah, because I used my crew's abilities because like I think it was like Garrus or Rex had an ability to like destroy like turn off shields. So I just did that immediately and then just kind of like laid into him. So I was like, all right.
Well, I think a big revelation around that time for me also was uh, Drake kind of just said, "Oh, I'll just use the assault rifle for everything." And I was like, "Okay."
Mhm.
Um, in that's how I played 3, ironically. So maybe that's why he had that in his head. Like I only use an assault rifle in all of
Mhm.
3. But in the first one, I found a lot of value in switching, especially to
Uh-huh.
like sniper rifle.
Some
Um,
something I did on this playthrough was I put a mod on my assault rifle to do more damage on synthetics because
oh yeah,
because Geth, I feel like Geth you can get away with hitting their body, and soldiers apparently because we both played a soldier class.
yeah.
They apparently are recommended to use assault rifle because they're the only ones that get assault rifle perks. But yeah, so I used that as like my Geth killing gun, but then I used a pistol for my organic gun, and it had organic mods on that, so I could get like headshots with a pistol. So I definitely there's definitely value in switching weapons.
That is an interesting approach that I was not ready for when I played 1. in in 2 at least, I did end up switching back and forth between the incendiary and disruptor ammo, depending on if I was fighting an organic or synthetic.
Mhm.
And then in 3, I pretty much just always use the incendiary ammo, and I use the concussive shot a stupid amount after you told me I could do that.
Oh yeah, even
I probably used it more than I shot.
I mean like especially in 3, but yeah, even in 2, like It has like a 6 second cooldown. Like you can spam that. It's less effective into, I will admit, given I haven't upgraded mine yet. But yeah, you can spam that. It's ridiculous. It's a free damage.
Yeah, in three I used it. Um, well, first off, I only carried the assault rifle, and it was one that wasn't too heavy, so I had negative 200 recharge time. So I could
Yeah.
literally do it every like 2 seconds,
Hmm.
and I did.
Exactly.
But we're getting all over the place again.
Got
Um,
dial it back to one.
yeah, it is interesting. I think talking about it at length. Um, I'm mostly saying negative things, but it's because there were so many improvements as the series went.
Absolutely.
Um, was there anything that we should touch on in one? I mean, yeah, we kind of touched on the car. The car is pretty crazy.
Too much doesn't feel good to use.
It doesn't feel good to use, but it does kill everything in its path if you do run over anything.
And yeah, the cannon and gun are really good.
You know what else was bonkers? Yes, that's true.
Hmm.
Um, the you're basically One Punch Man in the first game. Everything that I punched
Oh yeah,
died.
dude. I was so surprised by that because like I never really melee stuff because you have an assault rifle, just mow them down. And
Yeah.
there were a few times where like if an enemy was just running towards me or like they were low health, I would just run at them and just punch them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
I hated that you
yeah.
had to be completely stopped to punch though.
Really, I don't think I
You
did.
do. You
But
do. In
there
the
was so,
first one.
yeah. But there were so many times where yeah, the melee just made me laugh, just because it would line up with like perfect stuff. Where I remember one occasion on Pharos, ironically, where a Krogan runs your group down an alley, and we kind of like peppered him a little bit. He was low health, and then he
Mhm.
got to my group, and me and Garrus in like perfect sync meleeed him with our guns and just ragdolled and slid back down the hallway and like it's and it made me laugh and we kept doing that like through the whole game. It was like some reason like we kept doing like the Garrus Vicarian, the Shepherd Vicarian combo where like I'd melee someone and I'd hear a sniper shot when they were down. And it's even persisted into two now where we're still doing it. Like there're just so
That's
many like
funny.
but just the melee ragdolling everything in one for some reason. It was funny every time.
It is. Uh, I definitely did that early on when I got stuck. It was one of my revelations. Like along with the sniper, I was like, this assault rifle is literally doing nothing to whatever I was fighting. And
Mhm.
then I took out the sniper rifle, and then if something got close to me, I just punched it. And that's how I got through. And then I learned that I'm gonna need to use more than the assault rifle in that one. But what else we got? What else we got? Number one only. You got a decision to sacrifice a character. That's like the only time that I can remember where that happens in the three games, where it says pick a person and one of them's gonna die.
Yeah, I think to my knowledge it is. Yeah,
At least someone on your crew.
yeah, your immediate squad. Yeah.
Yeah, your squad. Um,
E-
and I think we both did the same thing. We did not keep Ashley, right?
No, I ever since my first playthrough, I have not kept Ashley. I
Which
do
is
not.
funny because I've heard the default is that Ashley lives if you just start on two,
Hmm.
which makes sense to me because knowing gamers, there's always a slant towards saving the female. Like
I never liked her character.
I didn't really bother with her character. You told me pretty early on that you didn't like her. She's racist. And
Yeah.
I was like, okay. Well, I'm not interested in her character, so I just didn't talk to her. It was at that point where if I didn't feel like doing something I just wouldn't. And I mean, I kind of approached all of it like that because I didn't want to get burnt down stuff I didn't care about.
Yeah, like her character does change, so it's kind of on me for being that guy. That's I'm judging her on her past, but just kind of like I don't know, just I find it quite insufferable in one at least. And then you know how two turns out, where like, regardless if it's Caden or Ashley, they're kind of just a bitch. And then there's three. It's just kind of well, the story is the works just goes the same either way. It's just replace Caden with Ashley. Yeah, yeah, or yeah, vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of
I
like I don't
know.
know.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's because she's probably the more popular one to save. Because girl, I know that's like how Until Dawn is also. Like you get a choice like that in Until Dawn, and it's like slanted heavily, even though the guy is like supposed to be your best friend or something.
Mm.
But oh, speaking of little tangent, apparently they're remastering that as well. That was announced at State of Play.
That's interesting. I don't
That
think it
is
needs it.
interesting.
I don't think it needs to be.
I agree with you. Back
Like
on to Mass Effect. No, unless you had something to say.
no, I was gonna say I think it aged fine, but whatever.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah. There's probably gonna be something that comes up as we go, and I'm gonna have something to say about one at a later time. You know what? Okay. I did just remember this was kind of a thing in all three, but definitely I guess two things that stood out the most to me in one. Um Getting stuck on shit. Is this just me? Or is this known? Like, so there'd be a lot of times where I'm like trying to back away from an enemy and I just get stuck on something. Like, and it's like, cause I'm like technically touching like the very edge of it. That would happen to me a lot. Or I would be trying to be like quick and, careful, running away from something, and Shepard would just like cling to something and crouch behind it. Like when I do not when that's like gonna get me killed. Stuff like that. Stuff that's
Mm-hmm.
just like not very tight gameplay. Stuff that just like kind of fucks you over and it feels unfair because it's just not that
Yeah.
tight. Do you,
Yeah, I
do
feel
you
like
feel that in
yeah,
one?
I feel like I didn't remember having any problems with that in one. I'll be honest.
Fair enough. I mean, you just played it. It could just be me, but it definitely happened less as the series went. So I'll say that it did
Like
happen. It did happen. The least in two. In three, it happened more again because they changed what like X does. Like you start
mhm.
rolling around and jumping and shit. Like
Yeah.
so, it happened a bit more in three again, but in two, it was probably the best for me.
I feel like I didn't have that problem. I feel like you're talking about like you're like trying to run away from enemies and you like take cover on something or just get caught and stuff.
Either way, but like yeah, if I'm like trying to run backwards away from something, I would just there would always be something in my way, and it would like stop me, and then I would get shot. Just for example,
Uh, yeah, I mean,
I'd
like,
get like stuck on something as I'm trying to run away.
yeah, I guess maybe it's just my play style in one, but I guess I had the opposite problem where like I was the aggressor, so I was the one running at the enemies or pushing them. So,
I learned very early on not to do that. At least Drake also said I shouldn't because you know me, I'm a run and gun type of person, and that's why I like was very annoyed the first time I played The Last of Us because you have to be like stealthy and you got to be kind of careful.
mhm.
um, and that like improved to be like that when I first started Mass Effect. And it's probably a mix of not really knowing how to play properly or upgrading things and
Yeah, because
whatever also. But I definitely did running and gunning did not work for me in the first one.
hmm.
It worked better in two and three.
Yeah, it's very strange because that's pretty much what I did is because it felt like everyone took cover. So I don't know if it was just how I was upgrading my gear, but it was just I felt like everyone was taking cover. So like, I was impatient and I'd go to them.
Also, at a certain point, you're probably a monster because done all that side shit I didn't do. You probably
Yeah.
had so much XP that I didn't have.
Yeah, I was like level like 14 or 17 by the time I started Pharaohs.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty high, I think.
Yeah, I mean like I ended the game at like 27 and max level's 30.
I don't remember if I did 30 or 60. I remember it asked what I wanted to do, and I was just like, I don't know. I did like whatever it said was classic.
Yeah, I did the legendary. I did see
Oh,
it.
okay. So
I
I did
did
60.
Yeah, I did see when I imported my character to two, that two didn't have that. And it said I was level 52 or 3, so if that means anything to you.
I maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I it went up to 60 in the first one, and I got to like
Yeah.
40 something,
Okay, so that was
and then
possible.
and then when I got to 2, it was out of 30. Am I wrong? Am I just wrong?
To me it said my shepherd from 1 was level 52. But yeah, I don't remember what max level the original max level on 2 is. I don't remember.
I thought once I got to 2, the max level was 30 either way. And like,
It
because
might
I
be.
remembered like it like just halved whatever I had. Or yeah, because I went classic, so it was out of 60, and I was like level 40 something, and then I was suddenly like level 15 or 16 or something, like
Hmm.
in the
It's-
next game.
yeah, it started me at level 4 and 2.
4?
Yeah, 4 in level 2. Yeah, no, Mass Effect 2, yeah.
I'm probably just wrong about something at this point. Like I'm probably confused in one way or another. There were little things that changed from game to game that bothered me a
Mhm.
little bit. That's problem with I guess the legendary edition, which I don't know. I might as well just talk about a legendary edition problem here because this is so unorganized anyway. That I mentioned to you. Sorry, I paused because I thought of another thing. But yeah, it's the incorporation of DLC. I mentioned that to you, but I'm
I do
just
I do
saying
think
it
that
here.
I do think that is a complaint of mine is like I'm totally cool with the Legendary Edition having all DLC in the series, but I feel there needed to be a way to distinguish that. Like the way you
Exactly.
like the way you had to keep messaging me, asking me what was DLC, what wasn't. And like the fact that even I had to Google what was DLC for 1, just because like I had never played it.
Yeah, that's exactly my complaint because I mean it ended up kind of screwing me out of getting the most out of the Citadel DLC also, because I just thought, hey, here's another mission. Like the one time I didn't ask you,
Yeah.
is this DLC? And I just decided, okay, I guess I'll go talk to Anderson, see what he wants. And I'm stuck in the Citadel DLC in the middle of the game. Like, so I didn't get the
Mhm.
most out of it.
Yeah, because I think you have to be at like literally the point of no return,
Yeah.
and then you do the DLC. Because if you've done all the side quests, all characters are available to appear in the DLC.
Yeah. So I really wish it said like DLC or like this is a side or this is extra content or it just said something like
Mm-hmm.
um on the flip side you could argue that they weaved it in so seamlessly that it's great.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel that way, but if you're trying to play it like I was, which is a very particular way to get like just the most out of the main game and focus on DLC afterwards, it doesn't give you that option. You have
Mm-hmm.
to like put effort in to find out what is and isn't DLC, and then you got to be careful about it.
Exactly. Just like how you wanted to get like a normal ending and not like the quote unquote perfect ending as it's dubbed.
Yeah, I wanted to get the ending that everybody got. That but we're not on the ending yet. So okay.
Oh yeah, the original experience.
Yes. Back on one
Yes.
to finish off with one. I think. Uh, I mentioned early on that the sound design was weird. I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of sad to report I did notice it in all three of them, but it was definitely the most empty in one. uh, there's just like a lot of shit that would happen that you would think like if this came out now, there would be, sound design for all these little things that you're seeing in the environment, and it's just not there. And it really stuck out to me in three because there's that point where there's a part where you go with Garrus and just kind of hang out. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
I love that part.
You like you like do target practice,
Yeah.
and there's a part where like the car door closes and it's just completely silent. And like I just noticed that and I was like,
Hmm.
oh, so it's still like that. Like because in one I noticed it a lot. I think what happened is I got used to it and then I saw that in three and I was like, oh, they never they never added more like sound design.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I do feel like some doors like that have a sound, but yeah, I do think yeah, not all of them, which is even worse. That's inconsistent.
Yeah, it's uh again like it stuck out to me the most in the first one. There were like I would just like sit on the Normandy, just like stand still and like I can't describe it, but we were just like listening to the audio track that was playing. Uh and it's just kind of like a like there's like this low hum.
Hmm.
Uh and that's all. Like and I'm not complaining about the hum, like that's good that there's some sound there, but you want
Yeah,
a little bit of environmental sound, you
yeah.
know?
Like yeah, you are in a spaceship in space, but it's like you should hear like something. Like you are in a ship with like engines and thrusters and people talking, like people
Yeah,
existing.
there's people on the ship. They're like, there's a whole environment. Anyway, yeah, another like little thing in the grand scheme, I guess, but definitely worth mentioning. The sound design, mostly in one, but across the board, is I guess one of the things that stick out.
Hmm.
Um,
I think for me, my only complaint about one was like the assault rifle is loud as fuck for like no for like no reason.
I didn't notice. I'll have to pay attention if I do play again.
I literally had to turn down my sound effect volume just for the because of the assault rifle. Because I was tired of turning my TV up for dialogue and then turning it back down for combat.
Actually, I might have noticed that and just not realized. Might not have like thought about it the same way you did,
Yeah.
because I did notice it was very loud. I did notice it was very loud, and that was the gun that I primarily used.
Yeah, and it was
And
only the assault rifle.
I think it's only in one. I think
Yeah, even two right away. Yeah, when you get to the pistol and assault rifle, they're really quiet.
yeah, it's coming back to me being up at like 12:30 and just like shooting, firing away, and being like, "Am I gonna piss off the neighbors?" Like, uh, yeah. Um, no, you're definitely right. So there's some sound mixing stuff in there too.
Hmm.
Well, um, I'm pretty happy with that coverage of one. I mean,
Yeah.
we keep veering off. I know we didn't like go that much in depth and like there's a lot of story stuff that we didn't get to, but
Yeah.
I mean, what are you gonna do? We don't have forever.
Yeah. I'd say I was only gonna comment on the characters, but it's been like half an hour. You pretty much said it. Said what I would have thought.
Just that they got there was a lot more to them as the series went on.
Yeah, there's more to them as the series went on, but like maybe it's because like in my mentally I've been just so much more accustomed to two and three because I have more playthroughs in those two combined together than
There,
one because I disliked one. So I wouldn't even replay it. I would just import my next character from one and just go from two to three. But
because they're
I
just
did
kind of bland.
I
Number
just
one.
I'd never I didn't remember the characters being so shallow and bland. Like 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 I said, maybe I don't know if it was all the side quests I was doing. Like Liara was like I recruited Liara. Liara was like, there's something special about you. I think I have feelings, but I don't know. I should go. And then and then like and the next conversation it was like, I love you. And then you can be like, yeah, I think I love you too. Or like obviously
Yeah,
obviously, exaggerating a little bit. Like, I need time to figure it out. And then that's pretty much the romance until you do Ilos.
that's kind of interesting.
And it's just like,
That you have that, and then on the flip side, you have Tally, who you can't actually get anywhere with in one. It's like they really
yeah.
want you to do Liara, or I guess maybe Ashley, but
Yeah, like I think Ashley's the obvious human choice. I think
yeah.
Liara is like the the safe alien choice. But I do think yeah, Tally's probably like the quote unquote hard long term because yeah, obviously now the Quarians with their immune system, it's like a serious commitment to do that, especially outside of their own species.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I
so
kind of
like
cut you off.
no, you're good. But you Tally. I feel like I liked Tally's dialogue in one. Like I don't remember learning about her father in one, and like you can help her with her pilgrimage, getting Geth data, and all that. But yeah, I think Garrus. Like, okay, I'll go to Rex first. Like, talking to Rex, I feel like I didn't expect anything more. Like he's still a merc. He's still he's still Krogan. He hasn't committed himself to like helping his people, reuniting his people. Like he's just kind of he just wants to defeat Saren and just kind of call it a day and go from there. So like I guess I didn't have high expectations from him in one, but I feel like it was Garrus that I really was like really disappointed how shallow it was.
Yeah.
Like,
You can see my like confusion playing through Mass Effect 1 after hearing how great the characters are for so many years.
mm-hmm.
And I'm like, these characters, these ones here? Really?
Yeah,
And it took until 2, to see
exactly,
what everyone was talking about.
exactly. Because like from my perspective, I'm like Garrus is like at least if you're a male shepherd, Garrus is like he's the best friend. He's the bro. He is your right hand man at all times. That is who Garrus is to Shepard. But then it was like I played one, and it was like you were more like a mentor to him. Like and it was like you were scolding him like every two. At least if you're Paragon, it's like you're scolding him every 2 seconds. Like it's like Shepard, we got to be able to do this, and sometimes you can't play by the rules. Like we can play by the rules. We don't have to kill innocent people, but still get the job done. It's like chill.
Yeah, I found myself
Don't gotta yell.
I found myself telling him off quite a bit, and I was like, "These are best friends, really?"
Yeah, and then like it's like somewhere in like because I believe it's like a month time skip, and then like two happens and the 2 year time skip, blah blah blah. But it's like unless they got extremely close in that month period, it's like when you re-meet him in two, it's like a totally different relationship. It's like they're long time friends.
Yeah, it feels like when you, yeah, exactly. When you do acquire him into, he kind of talks to you like you're much closer than you last were.
Exactly. And
It's kind of like the good old days. Like what?
yeah, and like to like yeah. I'm not. We'll get there, but it's just so like it's completely different. Like different character relation. Not that I'm complaining. I like that dynamic. That's like you were just yelling at him about like how he wanted to do things like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, good old Garrus. No, he got better as it went. Everyone did.
Yeah, which I mean, I guess you could argue is a positive because that's them taking feedback and improving the characters and or the character themselves growing and learning.
Yes. I mean, okay. I mean, we've spent a long time on this already.
We knew it was gonna be a while.
I was gonna say, like, do we want to touch on any plot points, like, or should we just say, like, oh yeah, that was good? Like we said, we liked the sovereign thing. I was gonna say, like, there's a whole Rachni part that was pretty good. I
Yeah,
don't know if
Yeah, I guess we could like kind of skim it. Like, yeah, we did mention that the other day, Monday, that yeah, the, yeah, the Rachni, was a good example of world building where like it shows you a species and gets some insight into a big war that happened. That does include, like the Krogan, the Turian, I think the Solarian. It includes a big war with all these people, and then you get to learn about the Rachni, and it isn't a deviation from the story. No, that is what's relevant to the story at that moment.
Right.
So like I feel
I felt a lot more relevant than Pharos, but it's very possible that I just forgot how. I didn't really understand anything going on when I was on Pharos, so there's that.
yeah, Pharaohs just kind of feels like
Go
you
do
just
some
gotta
stuff on this planet.
do some stuff, help the colonists, kill some Geth, and now you're talking to an ancient plant.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
well, yeah, I guess we don't need to go super deep into anything. The fucking Citadel, not the Citadel. What are they called? The people at the Citadel. They suck.
The council.
Yes. I fucking hate the council. And like they're not really a thing in 3 that I can remember. They're if they are, they're barely there.
Yeah, they kind of take a back burner attack. They take a kind of like a back burner to the
Which is
main.
great. Yeah, because they are in 2 still, but I fucking they're the worst in 1, I think. They might be
Mm-hmm.
the worst in 2.
I think
They probably do like the most obscene shit in 2, but like they're a lot more prevalent in 1, which makes them more annoying in 1.
yeah, I'd say they definitely do their worst in two for sure,
Yeah,
but they definitely have the biggest presence in one for sure.
which is annoying. Yeah. All right. Fuck it. Um I don't know. We didn't have to go over ratings or anything, but I gave it a 6 out of 10 at the end of the day.
Yeah,
We don't really do that here, so you don't have to do that.
yeah. I think that's something I need to like think about. But yeah, I mean, like I definitely enjoyed my most recent playthrough the most out of all my playthroughs, but it's still my least favorite,
Right.
hands down. Good world building, good setup, set this path for the other two games.
Mhm.
I feel like it's more of a complaint. I was gonna say I feel like Shepard and Anderson immediately believe that the Reapers are a threat without like any evidence. I feel like that's the only downside I would say.
I guess like I mean Shepard has like his vision,
He's like the
but
Reapers.
again that is a very like to just trust that that's exactly what it was right away is
Yeah, it was like the Reapers.
video game logic.
Yeah, it was like the Reapers are coming. They're going to destroy us all. Anderson's like, yeah, they're coming. It's like, what? Well, how do you know?
Because
You only heard the word like half an hour ago.
that's what the game's about.
But it's kind of, I think that's my only complaint is how on board people were so quickly.
Well, I guess, but then the problem for the rest of the series is that you can't fucking get anyone important on board, so just nothing happens. It's real politics. It's just like
Yeah.
nothing ever moves because you can't actually convince anyone that there's a problem.
Yeah, which is the commentary like in the universe too that people are like, you can't get any shit done because all the politics are they're doing this and that before and this so this person can do this and that so this person can do that so I can do my job. It's like that sucks.
Yeah,
sounds
it
like
is.
sounds like you should just do your job.
It is it is relevant in the real world as well, of course. I mean, yeah, I felt like that was a commentary. How like you can't convince the council to do anything. So,
Yeah,
eh.
council sucks. You still save them because good boy points.
And then you save them, and they don't. They're like, all right, well, we're still not going to back you because there's still just no proof or whatever.
They're like, all right, you're not crazy, I guess, but you're not right.
There's definitely a point in the first game that they should believe you. I mean, yeah, maybe Anderson believes you really quickly, but everyone else, it's like you provide so much evidence and they're still just like, nah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like here's a Reaper, and they're like, eh, Is it a
They're like,
problem though? I don't know.
I don't know, man. I think the Geth made that. It's more advanced than anything we've ever seen in our lifetime. The Geth are pretty cool though.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's do it. Let's get on to two.
Yeah.
I think
Two.
again we'll start with broad strokes and then just go wherever it takes us. Two is I'm gonna say my favorite of the three, though it is close between two and three, and I feel like you're pretty much in the same boat except you favor
Yeah.
three a bit.
Yeah, they are definitely neck and neck. It's just I will shamelessly admit I think the Citadel DLC pushes it out for me because I am absolutely taking the bait of the fan service.
It is good fan service, but we'll talk about it when we talk about three.
Exactly. So either way,
So sorry.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, so yeah, so that's why I would say they're definitely like neck and neck for me. Like they're both great.
I agree. Two definitely does seem to be the popular favorite,
Mm-hmm.
as well as being my favorite.
Two's pretty solid. I think it has a good story, good squad
Good
cast.
characters. Yeah. You definitely get like as we talked about already. You get like the big step up in terms of character development and everything. The the story is interesting. This is why like it's interesting that two is the favorite amongst a lot of fans and myself. To me, is two is just a lot of build up. It's just it's just
Mm-hmm.
a lot of recruitment. Like you
Yeah.
do the tutorial and then it's like, well, you gotta do this thing, but you're gonna need a lot of people for it. So you collect a lot of people, and then they're like, well, you're gonna want to make sure they're loyal to you because this is a suicide mission and you need people that are gonna fucking have your back through and through. So then you gotta go and do another small mission for each of your new recruits. And once you've done all that, once you've recruited everyone and done their mission, if you play like I guess the smarter way, quote unquote, um, then you're ready to like finish the game. Basically, like, it's kind of interesting
Mm-hmm.
that it's like there's this one mission that you're made aware of at the beginning, and then like the uh untrained mind would think that that's like okay, so I just gotta do this shit and then we'll get started with the real game. But that getting started with the real game is actually like just the end of the game, if you follow that train of thought. I know I made that confusing.
Yeah.
Once you actually do the first like mission that you guys talk about, this big suicide mission, the game's over. um,
Yeah. Yeah. Because
so
if you
it, what's up?
like, I was gonna say, if you ignore recruitment missions, yeah, like I'm pretty sure Mass Effect 2 follows like the same structure as one. It only has like 4 or 5 like main missions that aren't recruitment.
And you're gonna be fucked and very dissatisfied if you do ignore all that stuff, from what I understand. So, so it's an interesting kind of uh how would you describe? Just like by nature, it's like feels more meandering, but it's so rewarding because you're meeting all of these characters
Yeah.
that have more personality and are more interesting,
Everyone's interesting and different from each other.
and they all have like a lot of dialogue that you can exhaust.
Mm-hmm.
I would say they all do. Like I definitely exhausted some dialogue and like went a while without hearing anything new in two, but like that's
Gears.
because I was on yeah, of course. But I was on top of it. So like if
Mhm.
you are just playing it naturally without any sort of guidance, chances are whenever you run into, just get, oh, I'm gonna go talk to fucking Thane. Like, you're gonna have something new to say every time you talk to him. If you just decide to check every like 2 or 3 days or missions or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
uh, or whoever you talk to, there's like a lot. You can really get to know each character, and it's not boring like in the first one, and it doesn't feel tedious.
Yeah,
It
because
feels
everyone
like
has their own
they're
characters.
yeah they're actually developed. There's thought put into it, and it shows. And I mean, yeah, I we did the same romance because you've built up with one character that you have a tattoo of. Not, you don't have a
Well, yeah,
tattoo of
not
the
of
character.
her, but yeah, it's part of their climax? Question mark. Like the climax of the romance storyline? Question mark.
In three. Well, yeah, we're talking about Jack. Uh, so that's who I romance. That's the only person I've romanced, and I had to do that because, you know, like my best friend from childhood got a tattoo of this character's tattoo. So
Mm-hmm.
I had to trust that it would be worth it.
There's something there.
That this is the person. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to trust that the other romances are relatively fulfilling. I found Jack to be pretty fulfilling in two. Um, not completely fulfilling, but it was good.
It was a Mass Effect romance at the end of the day.
Getting yeah, it's it's really more about the journey than the destination with those.
Yeah, it's getting to know them.
Getting to know them's the fun part, the interesting part.
it's not about the sex.
It's definitely not about the sex. That was awkward and funny, and yeah, and Maddie was here with me watching that, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
What the fuck you doing?
No, but just assuming that every character has that kind of depth to them that I could go back and explore, is quite gets quite some points for replayability and just for really building the world and the characters very
Yeah.
well. And it does feel like it would be rewarding to do that. Unlike with one. Like with one I'm not interested with what happens if I went with Liara. I mean, I'm a little interested
Yeah,
to see
I
what
feel
a
like
Mass Effect 1 romance is like, but with 2, there's so many characters that I already casually enjoyed that I'm like, I want to get more out of those characters.
yeah. I mean, I feel like at least for me, in my opinion, the romance of one is more about the impact it has on the future. Like you run into Liara, like if you romance her in two, you'll like hug when you meet her, and it's just kind of like oh, you won't come with me.
Yeah.
That sucks. But this was kind of like, but it's like if you don't romance her, it's just kind of more of like, come Liara, you won't. That sucks. That you won't join us. It's like it's just like the emotion behind it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
One is your ex lover kind of because you're dead. Spoiler. Oops. Whatever. It's literally the first like 5 minutes. But
yeah, you die for a minute.
yeah, but it was like, oh yeah, you died for 2 years, so it's kind of like yeah, ex lover, even though it's been a month for you. But it's kind of so like one's you're sad, the other one's oh this is an old friend,
Yeah.
very different emotions, but still like to me it's stuff like that. Like it only Mass Effect One and romances only affect stuff like that.
Yeah, and honestly, since I never did take the time to get close to Liara in 1, I you know, didn't really get why she's so prominent. Like, because the thing I would do is refer to the artwork of the Legendary Edition and you
Hmm.
see Garrus is the most prominent, aside from Shepard, obviously, and then you see Liara right there, and then you see Tally, and I think
I'm pretty sure it's Rex.
you see Miranda too, which is kind of weird. Now that I've played all three of them, she's
Yeah,
really only prominent in two,
yeah,
but but yeah, I guess she's supposed to be hot, so they probably put her there because a lot of people probably romance her. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, like, I'm definitely guilty of that. I was a you know hormonal teenager at the age of 15, and I
She
like,
was your first choice.
yeah, she's the generic hot girl, hot one. Like, that's even like her character, which I feel like if you romance her because she's hot, you're kind of part of the problem of her character story. But she's genetically supposed to be the hottest thing. But
What's
that's just
funny, yeah. What's funny is when I first saw her, I was like, I don't trust this bitch.
mhm.
Not to use the B word in that way,
Yeah. I mean, she
but just like, I don't trust this person. Like, uh, and I don't know why because she doesn't end up being bad or anything. But I just like
yeah,
felt like she was gonna be sketchy for some reason.
yeah.
Oh, because she doesn't really like you at first.
Yeah, she's literally just following orders that like the elusive man's like, we need Shepard, and he's like, all right, guess so. I guess.
Speaking of the elusive man, I quite like the elusive man as an entity in the series. I don't like what he stands for and stuff, but
Mhm.
the first time you like see him
As a
and
character, yeah.
yeah, when you see him as a character and you see his like window of like
Hmm.
the galaxy or whatever he's looking at, the
I believe
sun
it's
or whatever.
Yeah, I believe it's like a dying star or something like that.
Whatever it is, like it's very visually like immediately I was like, this looks way nicer than one. Because like that was like a graphical show off moment, I feel like when you first see him.
Hmm.
And it's cool that he's played by Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad. Um and then oh yeah, obviously, and you've got Joker played by Chris Griffin.
I feel like I knew that. It's been a while.
I think Drake did tell me, but like I immediately like me and Maddie were like his voice is familiar. um yeah, I can't remember the actual actor's name, but he's been in Seth Green. Yeah, he's been in a million things. Anyway, that was probably like the biggest little train of tangents that we've had so far. All
Mhm.
my fault, sorry. But yeah, it's just like you talk about one thing and it gets you thinking, oh yeah, this thing and then this thing.
Yeah,
And don't wanna leave any of it out.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I like the elusive man. I mean, I liked antagonizing him because it's kind of a prick, but
Yeah.
but but that's more of just personal choice and your feelings. But I guess
I
it's,
just think he's interesting as a character.
yeah,
His motivations are mysterious kind of when you first you know, before obviously you get to know him more.
yeah. I mean, like, I feel like it definitely comes off like he's like being honest. He's like, hey man, I'm out for humanity. There's a lot of colonists coming up missing. I just want to stop it, man.
But he definitely also totally has like supervillain energy, like immediately, and I was like, this is gonna be like the bad guy that we have to kill at the end of the series, I bet.
To be fair, he is on a swivel chair smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, exactly. No, they I feel like they definitely gave you all you need to put together in your head, like, yeah, this guy probably shouldn't trust this guy.
Yeah, I mean, especially because like I don't remember my first couple playthroughs because I didn't play attention to one. I didn't do many side quests. But yeah, if you play through one, you have the full impression that Cerberus is a bunch of like scumbags. Like they're terrorists. You have side missions, multiple, that prove them to be terrorists that are doing scientific experiments on creatures in living humans.
I
So it's not
caught.
like
Oh, sorry.
As I was gonna say, like, so like when you go into two and you're like, oh yeah, we're Cerberus. It's kind of like, oh, you guys suck.
I caught so little in one, I guess, that I thought Cerberus was just completely new.
Mhm.
So if they mentioned Cerberus in the main plot line of one, I wasn't paying enough attention to
Yeah,
notice at that
yeah.
point.
I don't believe they're mentioned in the main plot line, but there's definitely multiple side quests that are just centered around Cerberus or like taking down Cerberus operations.
I was still getting used to a lot of terminology because you're hit with all the terminology of
Oh yeah, all the
literally the
aliens,
whole world.
yeah, all the places, all the like ships, species,
Yeah,
their rankings with their factions inside their species. Like,
yeah. It's like probably likely I heard Cerberus at some point or another in the first game, and just it went right out the other ear. And like I didn't because I thought they were just a new entity, and
mhm.
it was more like through the dialogue options that it became clear that you sh- you at least have a reason not to trust them.
Yeah. I mean, like, something I did notice by reading the codex, which I genuinely never do, and I probably should do more
Yeah, I didn't do that at all.
for lore reasons, and I should be ashamed of myself for never reading the codex. But I did notice in the Elusive Man specifically, it does say that there has been rumors of like new leadership in Cerberus. So it's just kind of like chances are the leader in one was like the terrorist, and then the new Elusive Man kind of took over and became more like scientific.
Trustworthy.
It's scientific, like human first, like less terroristy.
Mm, I could see that. I absolutely had no idea because I never looked at the codex.
I don't remember what I did. I think it was one of those things where like when you get a new codex entry, like oh
It defaults to it.
yeah, like press this to read now, or that kind of shit. I think I did that, and it opened it up.
You just say, "Oh shit, that's actually kind of cool."
And like I was like, it opened it up, and I was like, I guess I'll read this. So I did. That's what I did.
Guess I've been missing out. Uh, wow. Okay, two.
The other like the cast, like
Yeah,
the individual characters. I feel like you never really gave me your thoughts on a lot of them, like Thane,
yeah.
for example. For one
So
example,
yeah, and I'm happy to go through whatever questions you have at this point. Uh,
because two is like my baby. I've played through that like 7 times, and this is probably my seventh. This is either my seventh, like, or eighth. I'll be honest. Like I've played this. Like this is my shit.
I so you asked about Thane,
Yeah, like
and
that was just that was just an example. Like, off the top of my
well,
head.
yeah, we'll just go by whatever
Yeah,
you ask.
yeah,
Uh,
because I don't think you've talked about him at all at any point.
so I don't know if you remember or not, but the problem with Thane is he's the last one that Egg found, and he's the one I definitely got to know the least. Um,
Which is a shame. I like.
there's no there's no clear order of how to unlock them, and
Yeah, you definitely get more of an order if you're a player like me that like I want that person as soon as possible so I could talk to them sooner. Or else
if you know what you're doing. But yeah, they even hide it so like some of the characters are repeat characters like Garrus, but
Mhm.
unless you already know, they've hidden it. They call him like the whatever they call him, the
Arc,
assassin.
oh yeah, Thane or Garrus.
No, Garrus,
Yeah, Garrett. He's Archangel.
Archangel. There you go. So like,
To be fair, that
uh,
one. To be fair, that one is supposed to be more of a reveal that like you get there, he takes some of. Oh my, it's Garrus. So like,
yeah, exactly. Like, uh, but I think they're all like that. Where I
not
mean, there's not that many that you get from one.
not Tally. Hers is just straight up recruit Tally.
Yeah, and then you don't get Rex and you don't get Liara.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's just Garrus then.
Yeah, yeah. He's the surprise.
See, so like You could get Garrus last. That would blow. Like just because you never played it before and you're just picking whatever you think sounds cool,
Yeah.
or like just whatever's closest. If you're not putting much thought into like who you're gonna go and get,
Mm-hmm.
then like you can get some really cool people late in the game, and then you kind of miss out on their character, at least for that playthrough. But then you can play again, and you can get some of those characters earlier, and spend more time with them.
Yeah, which you could argue is a pro or con that that you can do stuff that differently, but it definitely sucks because then you can miss out. Because like a lot of people probably don't want to play a game like this back to back. They're probably gonna want to wait some time.
Yeah, I could probably go either way. I do want to give it time, but yeah, I do definitely want to give it time because I have a huge backlog. Also, uh, I started another game. It'd be cool. Maybe if we both played, but I don't know how hard it'd be to sell you on it. Anyway, Mass Effect. Um, anyway, yeah. So Thane, particularly, I didn't get to spend much time with, and I remember talking to him and finding out that he's sick, and I did his mission pretty much immediately, which was to was it to kill his son?
No, it's to stop his son from
To
killing
stop his son, yeah.
because he doesn't want his son in that line of work.
I was confused with Samara because she wants to kill her daughter.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Yeah, but so
Just sounds bad out of context.
yeah, yeah. Well, those were like I think the last two people I unlocked, and they're the ones I
Mhm.
think about the least. And it's not because of their characters were like any less good. It's just I spent the
Mhm.
least time with them. It'd be interesting for me on a playthrough to recruit them first, see what that
Yeah,
does. You know?
yeah, exactly. Because yeah, I mean, Thane, like, really, I like Thane. Like, I feel like he's not anything special, but I don't know. There's just something where like I just liked his character,
He has a
especially
very cool design. Like I think that's the first time you see one of those species, or at
yeah,
least like the most notable.
yeah, a Drell.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, this guy looks fucked up, like in a cool way though.
Two. Yeah, like I do like how like two. Yeah, I do like how one kind of like seeded some species that you don't see. Like if you don't do the DLC, you actually do not see Batarians in Mass Effect 1. And then you get mention of the Vorcha, which you don't see until 2. But then yeah, then you just get blindsided with a Drell, which I don't think have been mentioned.
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I was just like, oh shit, this guy looks interesting.
Yeah. So it's kind of like I don't know, I just like this character. I liked just the backstory of the Drell and just I don't know. Yeah, just how they, yeah, they were tied assassination. I don't know. I just
Him being
enjoy.
sick was an interesting angle too. I mean, it didn't feel like cheap or manipulative. Like, oh, you care about this character because he's sick. Because like, um, he's
Yeah,
also very much not looking for any sort of like sympathy.
yeah. Because if I remember, yeah, when you meet him, yeah, he's doing a job, and that's like the
Yeah,
whole thing is
he's
he's
just
not
got some
praying for
stuff he
his
wants to do
victim.
before he dies.
Yeah, he's trying to clean up the galaxy a little bit before he kicks the bucket.
Yeah,
And but for something I found interesting about their whole religion about like I said when he gets when he does the job and like he starts praying, you'd be like, "You praying for her?" And he was like, "No, I'm praying for myself." Like, oh, there's just something like an interesting turn I liked about that for some reason. It was just kind of like I don't know. I just found it interesting to learn about. I guess
yeah.
I'm just not good about articulating that stuff. I just liked learning and talking to him.
I'm the worst at articulating games out of probably everything. So it's just there's so much to talk about. Uh, I mean, did you want to keep talking on Thane, or did you want to talk on any other characters?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about others. Like I said, that was just one example. I mean, There's like I pulled up the squad on my screen. Like,
I should probably do that too, so I can see if there's anything that did just stick out to me.
Samara, at least for me, I'll admit, I never really liked Samara too much. Like, I say I was close to neutral. It's kind of, I guess I'm between like neutral and liking her. Like, I didn't like her that much, but I didn't like dislike her. We're just kind of, you're neat, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't give her. I didn't get to know her as well as I could have.
Hmm.
To be fair, but um, and she was one of the last people I got. But um, she kind of yeah, there wasn't much going on with her. I didn't feel like talking to her that much aside from just getting her mission.
Hmm.
And then I did her mission. It was it was the most frustrating shit I've ever done in a game. Okay, not actually, but I did that. I had to do that shit like 30 times.
Yeah.
And it sucks because like you don't get her loyalty if you don't do it right. And then you told me that you've never struggled with it and I was just like, what the fuck? Because it's crazy. You do have to do it. It's like there's like one correct dialogue tree to do her side mission correctly. So I ended up saving before it and failing a lot. But it was humorous how easily you could fuck it up at a certain point.
Hmm.
You could just walk in and say the wrong thing and she leaves. Um yeah. Anyway, I'm looking at who else is on here.
Mm.
So from left to right, you got Zaid, right? And he's DLC, and he's one that I not accidentally unlocked. I think Drake was still here, so he must have influenced me to get him.
Yeah.
And then once I found out he was DLC, I had no interest in him.
Yeah, and I don't think he even really has dialogue until after you do his character mission. I don't remember just because I've only done him once before, so I am uncertain.
Fair enough. Yeah, so nothing really to go into on that.
Yeah. Le-
Uh,
Legion,
yeah, Legion.
how do you feel about a friendly
I
Geths?
think Legion's really cool, actually. Uh, I quite enjoy his character.
Yeah, I like their perspective about being like a collective, but
Yeah,
also
just
but also kind of like subtly showing that individuality, very subtly.
yeah, but I also just think yeah, we're getting into territory that really feels like annoying and at odds with how the series ends, which we'll get to. But
Yeah.
but yeah, at least at this point in the story, working with Legion really starts to feel like you are unstoppable and like it's kind of just like it gives you that feeling of like the greater good can really do anything, like you feel good.
Hmm.
uh Especially working with a Geth and
Yeah, the main like essentially the main antagonist of one or fighting force of one. Yeah.
yeah. Mhm. um it's just really cool to get that perspective and everything. um
Hmm.
Unless you had something else, I'm kind of rapid firing these.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I just like this perspective. Like, no, yeah, knowing that like the ones that like followed the old machine, quote unquote, where like those are seen as like the heretics that like they didn't belong anymore. Like they're the ones that they betrayed the Geth and deserve to die or be rewritten like
Yeah,
without any sympathy. And I was kind of like, okay,
I,
I respect it.
I seen it. We'll
Uh,
do it. Yeah, there were, Samara we talked about.
mhm.
Tally, I honestly don't have anything to say about her too. I pretty much ignored her. But if you want
Yeah.
to, I mean, okay, so I guess there's something funny that happened because I built her up in one. Uh, because you told me there was a payoff with Tally uh if you romance her in one. So I was trying really hard to romance her in one, and what you left out is that you get payoff in two, where I already had plans to go with Jack.
Yeah,
um,
yeah. Either there definitely was like a misunderstanding or like a miscommunication there because like I swear I said that, but I might have not, or just like or it got like lost in a sea of messages. It's so many possibilities that could have went wrong there.
so, yeah, obviously I romanced Jack and I got Tali towards the end. I got Jack first because I was like, all right, let's. I was didn't want to wait any longer. I wanted to see what she was like. Uh, so yeah, I get Tally like towards the end of the game, and like immediately because of the work I did in one, I guess she's like flirting. Like it's obvious, and she's like, I think I have something I need to tell you, and uh, I think she ended up like confessing that she has feelings, and I'm just like, I don't feel the same way.
She's like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
and it was pretty awkward and rough because you know, it's my fault for what I did in one, I guess.
Yeah, and like I touched
But
on
all
it.
I did in one was inquire about everything. You can't really choose romance options in one with her.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say like I feel like that does kind of get a little worse in context if you think about it, in the sense that yeah, one happens, a month passes, the Normandy gets destroyed by the collector ship, and Shepard dies.
You die.
2 years pass, and you run into Tally again. You get revived. You run into Tally. For Shepard, it's only been a month.
Yeah.
So so if Shepard did have feelings, it looks really bad.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, but Tally, if anything, it makes sense that like Tally would have moved on because it's been 2 years
Yeah.
and you were dead that entire time. But I was like, no, it's like the reverse almost.
Yeah, it's pretty funny if you build that up and then don't go with it. I was even considering if I do end up doing like a quick follow-up playthrough of 2, just
Mhm.
starting at 2 with my 1 already loaded up and then pursue the Tali romance. But then like there's others that I wanted to try out too. And I of course wanted to just go through, this is a major talking point, I guess. So I don't know if I should wait or not, but going through making like the choices that I really in my heart feel I want to make.
Mhm.
Because I did just do the Paragon route. And yeah, that's a much bigger talking point we should get to, but do we want to keep going through the characters first?
Yeah, I think we can finish characters first because there's a few, only a few more new people. Like, because
A
we
few
talked about,
more that we really want to talk about, yeah.
yeah, because I feel like we talked about how Garrus, like his character has drastically improved. That he's just more of a character and has
He's
more
a
emotion.
bro and he does calibrations and that's
He
it.
he
Bring him
he,
on every mission, no fail.
he do be doing them calibrations.
He do. So we'll skip him. We kind of talked about Miranda a little bit too.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's
Yeah.
Morden Solus, right?
Yeah. More than Solus. I love this fucker.
I can tell you had quite the admiration for him. I kind of get it in 2. I really get it in 3. In
Yeah.
3, he kind of defines himself as an important dude.
Yeah. But two, you argue a little bit about like the ethnics of the genophage, which is Krogan. I think they oversimplify. They if you to simplify, it's like the Krogan. I'm trying to blank.
You meant
Yeah, yeah,
ethics also, right?
yeah. Some of that. Yeah, to simplify, yes, the Krogan sterilization. To simple oversimplify it. But yeah, his work on the genophage, blah blah blah, and you argue about that, and so you go back and forth. But then like, at the end of the day, he is a cool, interesting dude that's clearly lived. He's lived a life, and just I think he's fun. He's cool. Like,
I do strangely get a lot out of characters like this. Because I kind of hate when characters are defined by one trait and it's not even a realistic trait. Like in a way, that's kind of what this character is like, but there's a better excuse for it because it's like this species is just completely scientifically minded. I guess,
Hmm.
right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
like there's a
that's like.
bit more to it instead of it just being like a lame character that's defined by one problem they have or something.
Hmm. And I like that without giving away any potential spoilers. I like that during his character mission, like you can see him having like developing inner conflict and starting to like
Yeah.
question his own actions. I really like that.
You can
Which,
see how he processes things and it's
mhm,
pretty cool. But yeah, I do find a lot of humor in characters like this when it's done well. Just like
mhm,
a character who thinks only scientific minded. There's like in the movie Poor Things, that was my favorite movie of last year. Willem Dafoe plays a character like that, and it's very entertaining. And yeah, it's just like it's nice not to hear people be really stupid. It's
yeah, yeah.
nice to hear
There's,
people actually just think with logic, like, and not that emotions shouldn't be involved in decision making, but it's just it's entertaining, is what I'm saying,
yeah, which is why it's cool when like
and charming.
yeah, that's why it's really really cool. And like you see him like breaking it down like like all of this logical stuff and like scientific, but then like sometimes you can kind of like slip in some emotion a little bit.
He's got that
Like he
soul.
like yeah, like he's still a person
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
I quite like him, and he seemed to have like the most dialogue in the game for me. Like he seemed to almost never have nothing to say.
He likes talking.
Yeah, like every other character would go like several like missions, I guess, without having anything to say in
Hmm.
between. But he maybe once didn't, and then like every other time he had something to talk about.
Yeah, there's always something always comes up. Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think unless you want to say something more about him, we
yeah. We'll return to him in three, I suppose.
we will. So let's go to Grunt.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could touch on Miranda real quick. Like
Oh,
I know
okay.
we kind of did. Um, I know you kind of said like you said you liked her more, like by the end.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think she's one of the few characters in the games that I feel like she's just a better fit for a friend for Shepard. I know that could just be my opinion, and I said that to you when we were
she's
talking.
definitely competent, which makes her like a good asset.
Hmm.
Like
But yeah,
her and Garrus are pretty competent, but I never did bring her on missions. I just, for some
yeah,
reason, I didn't really like her until the end.
yeah.
I
But
think Drake influenced me a bit. He kind of said Jacob and her suck, and I was just like, okay, I guess they suck.
yeah, I mean, definitely at the beginning, but yeah, I feel like as like you get to know her, and she kind of drops those like formalities and like the walls, like
Hmm.
she's just, I don't know. Like I said, I think she becomes a good friend for Shepard. I think that
Yeah,
they just like care for each other, but like at least in three, at least. But you know, we'll get there.
yeah, no, definitely. They definitely wanted you to romance the shit out of her. Her room literally has like a bed.
Yeah,
uh, yeah,
girl, don't put your desk in your bedroom. Have some work home separation.
yeah. Don't put your bed in your desk room. No, uh, yeah. I feel like they were really baiting you to go with her,
Yeah,
especially because in one, like I said, I feel like they bait you to go with Liara, and then Liara's not in this one, so it's almost like, hey, take the hall pass. And then she's back in three, right? And so
yeah, she joins your squad.
yeah, so that's kind of funny. I think a lot of people, the meta is to go Liara, Miranda, Liara. Like just go back to Liara in three.
Yeah, that probably is the majority, I would assume.
Yeah, I was talking with someone at the at game store near here. And, he was talking about how he goes Liara, and then he's just said someone else in two, and then goes back to Liara, and thought that was funny how you can just rebound like that. All right.
Yeah, the grunt. Yeah, grunt.
I want to hear your take on Grunt because if I'm honest, he's maybe one of the least interesting. Not one of the least interesting, but like because there's like ones that just straight up aren't very good. Like I guess Jacob or like in
Mm-hmm.
three James. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Grunt's just one of the less interesting ones to me of the main crew, including like Samara's not that interesting from what I saw either. He's like kind of there.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, I do like him more than like Jacob, Samara, James. I don't really have any particular reason. I like him more, probably because he's a Krogan. But yeah, but
I
I will admit, ironically, last night I was talking to Cody about Grunt's impact on the story, and technically speaking, you can remove him, and it I believe it wouldn't change much
I agree.
at all.
Not only that, but um
And not even in two. That's including three. Like the
yeah,
remain,
no,
like the
he does jack shit in three. You see him, but he's not that important. I
yeah.
feel like.
Even in the Citadel DLC, if he survives to that point, blah blah blah. It just it's good more just he's cool to have there, and it's just fan service. But like narratively, he has next to zero impact, and which kind of sucks. But no, I like him.
I don't dislike him, but I just
I
think
like I like
he.
his character. Sorry,
What's up?
because I like his character mission. That's probably because you go to Tuchanka.
Right. What do you do with his?
That's where you do like the rite of passage, like
Oh,
puberty,
oh, oh,
like the
yes, yes,
puberty.
yes.
Like maybe it's because I like his mission. You get to
See,
interact
it's
with him.
kind of like a meme. Yeah, his mission is kind of like it's kind of one of the funnier like tongue in cheek things in two, I guess. That he just
So,
like he's going through puberty.
yeah, because like he's literally like born, and he's like fully grown. So his body's like what? So it's so like yeah, you essentially go through puberty and like give him a last name essentially.
Yeah.
And like I was like maybe because I like his mission because I like Tuchanka and like you get to interact with Rex, but it's just kind of like
Yeah. And I was gonna say, I don't know if it's controversial, but I think he's kind of just a stand-in for Rex.
no, he absolutely is.
Like, yeah, they're kind of the same character, but
Yeah,
you know,
Grunt's more shallow because I mean like I said, I do like him, but it's just kind of that's the point. He was bred to be like the perfect warrior,
yeah.
which
Rex
like
gets more of an arc in two,
yeah,
and you don't even he's not even on your squad.
yeah, you get to catch up with him, man. Like and you got oh my god, like in one he's like I don't care about the Krogan, fucking let us go. We're done. We tried our best. We're dying out. Whatever.
Yeah,
Don't even try. But then in two he's like he is the leader of the
King of
clan.
the Krogan.
Yeah, he's like he's like the leader of the clan. Bunch of the clans have united with only like a few like still like stragglers out there, and it's just kind of like that. 2 years did him. Those 2 years did him good. Like,
Yeah, I thought Rex was better after one because, like I said, I thought he was one note in one, and even like
mhm.
even though he's not on your squad again in two or three, um,
There is, I guess, a tiny spoiler. I know, no, you did not spoil. I mean, you played it.
yeah,
I
he
mean,
hangs out with you in three, but he's not on your squad, right?
yeah. Through a technicality, he can join your squad in the Citadel DLC.
Oh, okay.
Temporarily, he can,
Well, there you go.
but
Um,
still, that's there. That's the DLC only.
quick comment because we probably won't touch on it much later, but just like the effect that your choices have through the games is pretty unmatched. Uh, and yeah, we don't need to go in specifics on that. I just want to put it out there, like it's insane the amount of possibilities that spring up
Mm-hmm.
over the course of the three games.
Oh no, yeah, yeah.
That like I just didn't experience that I probably never will experience.
Yeah, even now, as I did side missions in one, I've already noticed subtle differences in dialogue, which is kind of cool because, like I said, I did a bunch of side quests, so now there's like a bunch of information that quote unquote my shepherd has never had.
Yeah.
Like Cerberus, it was just kind of like in one. It was kind of like, oh, I heard rumors that Cerberus was terrorist, but this time I had physical proof. I knew Cerberus was terrorist. So like Shepard's dialogue was slightly different, you know.
Was it different in two also?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, two, the dialogue is slightly different. It was
Oh,
like,
that's
oh,
really cool. Okay.
yeah, that's what I mean, like subtle things like that. Like even when like you recruit Garrus, he's like, oh, I never would have thought you'd be with Cerberus. Like we saw their experiments, and it's kind of like,
Yeah.
but if he didn't do this, see the experiments, he would mention that. So like, I can just imagine the several dozens of different variations of dialogue for like a single conversation.
Yeah. No, it's insane. And then I know there's the ending of Mass Effect 2 where you can get everyone killed, which is crazy because so many characters are recurring. And like I
Yeah,
know we've kind of discussed like how they end up being replaced in 3.
yeah, because
And
it is.
it's kind of just like they literally have someone else say the same shit and do the same shit. But
Yeah,
whatever, like it's still cool that
yeah, it just removes all like emotional impact because it's not your guy doing it.
yeah, it's still cool that like you can really affect the universe like that, even if it's like the story has to have certain beats to happen. I think it's really cool, really well done. Um, okay, back on to let's do the rest of this roster quick. We did talk about
Yeah, because we have three more. Joe Jacob.
yeah, let's talk about Jacob because I don't really have an opinion on Jacob, but you and Drake both said he sucks, and apparently, like I've seen lists where everyone's like, ah, Jacob's the worst character.
I think. I mean, like I'll admit, like I'm kind of getting a little shady in my memory, but like,
He was nice at the start of 2, and then
yeah,
like as everyone told me he sucked, I was like, okay, I guess I won't invest time in him. I will spend time with other people.
yeah. It was just kind of. I feel like he's just not like anything particularly special. He's just kind of a soldier following orders at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean when
Like,
you meet him, yeah, but he also seems to care about you a little more than Miranda does. Like he sees you more as a person.
yeah, because like I think that it definitely comes from his alliance background because he does tell you he spent years in the alliance, so I think it's more of a he sympathizes because like he was quite literally there with like they're with you, but like, he's been in the army essentially, but it's
Yeah.
just so it's like I feel like I feel like he just doesn't really do anything special. He's just soldier. Like you get that from like, his first conversations where like he said, yeah, he left the alliance because it just felt like a bunch of bullshit, like a bunch of politics. No one was getting anything done. They just were all talk. But then Cerberus, they were about the action. They got shit done. But
So he's
then
a
like,
Cerberus fanboy, and people don't
but
like
yeah,
that.
but then like in like the same breath, he's like, but yeah, I don't trust anyone here because like everyone just out for their own personal gain and out for themselves. So it's all like you trust the organization, but not your immediate coworkers that you're standing side by side.
So he's just kind of a flimsy character,
Yeah, and like I said, he just kind of follows orders just because.
right?
And you like you can ask him about like what he thinks, and he just kind of like. Eh.
Yeah, I
I mean, like,
usually disagreed with him. He
but
would have concerns. Like every now and then, a character will have a concern, and you have to be like, "Shut the fuck up." But so he
yeah,
had a lot of the dumb takes, I think.
yeah, I do. My memory will be refreshed a little bit more, sadly, after this podcast. But
Yeah.
I do specifically remember him making a kind of a racy comment about Thane, and you can like shut him down pretty. I don't even remember what it is exactly. I remember him being something about like, oh no, it's about Thane
you, you mean
being an
like
assassin.
a racist comment,
Yeah, like
a
like,
racial motivated comment?
yeah, yeah.
When
But
you say racy, it's like he was trying to fuck.
yeah.
It's funny.
but
uh,
I think I would have said spicy, but
spicy
regardless,
comment. Yeah,
spicy. But yeah, either way, yeah, he makes some. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's about Thane being an assassin, and Jake's like, he's a merc, he's a gun for hire. What the fuck? And you could be like, okay, well, like I want him on the team. So,
yeah,
and it's just kind of like it's quite literally just a mix of like the most randomest people in the galaxy, but it's kind of like they're all cool people. So there's no space to be a racist.
for sure. All
Yeah, I
right,
don't know. I feel yeah, he's boring. One note.
sweet. Thane, I would say we
Yeah.
covered, but like if you want to talk about, I just because if you want to say why you like him, or we could just skip over it because we kind of talked about him.
Yeah, we talked about him. Yeah, I think we're just talking to him. A lot of interactions in three, which we will get to. Yeah, it was I don't know. There's something like I always like when I recruit him. Like obviously he doesn't do anything special on combat, which I don't know, we haven't really talked about, which is fine. I'm just gonna say he's literally just the same loadout as Garrus, so it's kind of assault rifle, sniper, blah blah blah. But it's just kind of just talking to him. I don't know. I always enjoyed it, just hearing his stories, learning about his people. I don't know. Something about it just kind of like, yeah, I'll take the time.
For
And then when you
sure.
get like, and then yeah, when you get invited to talk to him in three, I was right there.
Yeah, I did talk to him in three.
Yeah, but we will get there. We will get there and more into that. And then yeah, and then Jack, the one you romanced.
I probably yes. Do we? I guess we didn't say much about her.
No.
No, you have a lot to say about her. So I mentioned that since I romanced Jack, I got to know her better than the others, and it was a satisfying journey, I guess, because I did think she was a bit of a butthole at first. And Drake, of course, my Mass Effect mentor, said she's the worst person in the game. Meanwhile, you, being my other Mass Effect mentor, says she's the best. Well, she's your favorite and always has been.
Yeah,
Um,
at least favorite romance, which I have a headcanon slash theory, which I can get into after you're done talking, but or I can wait regardless. But
we'll get into it. But
it will arrive.
um, yeah, I overall did like how she grows and changes. It felt a bit dated at first, the way her
Mm-hmm.
character was. It definitely
Because yeah,
reminded me of like the trend at the time of writing the quote unquote strong female character that don't need no man, and like that became kind of like a tired trope when like you know women actually are strong and independent and they don't need to be stereotyped in this way. Like uh
yeah,
they don't
it
need to
definitely,
say those type of things to prove it or whatever. You can just write a
yeah,
good character. And at first it kind of seemed like she was gonna be like that, but
yeah,
obviously she lets down her guard as the game goes.
yeah.
And yeah,
She,
I would be lying if I said she didn't spit out the occasional cringe line, even in like two and three. In my opinion,
mhm.
uh,
These games are dated. I mean, like they're a decade old and more. Like two came out in 2010, so they are quite dated now.
and that's fair. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold that against it. Overall, I think for a character who initially I was like, oh, like
Mhm.
I was disappointed when I first encountered her. Like I definitely ended up liking her. So for what it's worth, yeah, I think they built her pretty well.
Good.
Good. Yeah, I'm not with Drake on it. I am curious about some of the other ones, especially because I feel like she's maybe one of the least satisfying towards not least satisfying, but like maybe less satisfying towards the end. I remember past a certain conversation you have with her dialogue really dries up. It's kind of like Garrus past a certain point, and then
Yeah,
you don't really hear from her again until you go to the final mission, and we know how that goes.
yeah.
So
You did remind me of something about Garrus, which I could comment on in a moment, but because we're still on Jack, but
yeah,
um, yeah, I did like that you just kind of like break down her walls. It's kind of like because I feel like they at least made them logical in that sense, where like she's lived a hard, long life. Like I want to say long, yeah, she's lived like a hard life, so it makes sense that she'd have all these walls of people abusing her, using her,
hmm
experimenting her. So it makes sense. But then when someone pulls up and they're genuine, it's like the fuck. What do you do?
yeah,
That's why I do think it's funny when she's like, "No one asked me this stuff before, so fuck you."
yeah,
But thanks for asking.
yeah. I can also see how if you don't pursue her, she probably is a very forgettable character. Like if you don't
Yeah.
pursue her and you don't ever bring her on a mission, you don't go talk to her,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like there's probably like a character in here that I did that with. Uh,
Just never brought them on a mission, or
yeah, like where they don't naturally play like kind of a bigger role ever.
mm-hmm.
If you don't romance them or like whatever, like I don't know. I wonder how much of an impact it would have had if I romanced someone else. Would I have even like really remembered her that much? But you know, that could probably be said about a lot of these characters, I guess.
Yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Yeah,
It depends on who
obviously.
you want to choose to spend your time with.
Mm-hmm. Because obviously, getting a romance, you're gonna see a side of that character that you wouldn't otherwise.
With her
Of
specific, sorry, just to phrase myself better, because I was like, I'm not quite getting this right. um, with Jack specifically, if you don't romance her, I feel like you're especially not going to feel rewarded because she hates you. Like she's just going to be an asshole. Uh,
mm-hmm.
so if you don't go that route with her, then you're kind of just like she
Yeah,
sucks. Like
yeah. I mean, at the bare minimum, you could at least like come to a conclusion that like if because obviously to do her loyalty mission, so at the very least, like she respects Shepard and
yeah,
doesn't hate him, but so it's kind of at the end of the day, like, her character still is like that harsh.
yeah.
Yeah, just yeah. You know. I mean, just like the
I
harsh
will say
language.
immediately once she's on the Normandy, she's like a lot just nicer in general. Weirdly, like when you first meet her and say where she's like, "You fucking pussy," like I don't know, she's just kind of being a dick for no reason.
Yeah,
And then like
yeah.
when you approach her on the Normandy, she's like, "Hey, what's up?" Like,
That's
yeah, she doesn't come off so aggressive,
yeah,
whether or not you go that route. So I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, I do think it's because you at least start your uh quote unquote friendship.
Yeah,
You're with you giving her exactly what she could have ever wanted.
yeah,
Information on service. It's kind of like you start off on a good note compared to like the first impression
a little bit,
of her just seeing
a
a Cerberus ship
wee bit.
acquaintance.
Yeah, I'll let you take the reins if you need to go on a little tangent about her. Otherwise, I'm ready to move on.
Uh,
Or do you
I
have
mean,
more to say about her in three?
I feel like it's mainly three. I feel like I feel like two. You spend a lot of time like breaking down her walls and I feel that climaxes at the ending with her becoming vulnerable with Shepard. And I think three how that demonstrates I think it demonstrates a relationship better, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like which we will get into. So it's just kind of like I think yeah, it's
yeah.
just
It's
two.
kind of just like just like I was saying about two, it's a lot of build up.
Yeah, so if anything, I could say that is two is just get to know this person, become familiar, get to know them, break their walls down, they become vulnerable. The pieces have been set to do something in three, and I feel like I enjoyed what was done in three, at least with DLC.
Yeah, and I said I want more out of it overall, but we'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there, and also there is a bit more at least that I definitely should have gotten. We'll get there. Um, my instinct is that I probably would have still wanted a bit more after that.
yeah, that's just a I think it's just a product of these games and their time. Like, there's just so many characters. Like, I wish they could have done more with everyone.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's talk about or not talk about the last character because
Uh,
I Kasumi, right?
yeah, unfortunately, I can't say too much about her. This is my first. These 4 hours I'm playing right now are my first impressions of her. I've never had her DLC before, but and I haven't done her character mission yet. But so far, I like her. Like she seems cool. I like to go into a room and just kind of like checking out her stuff, and then her just telling me about it. But other than that, yeah, I don't really have any other impressions other than she seems cool.
Yeah. I have nothing to say about her because I got her on accident. Just it was just like a person who was like, "Hey, I'm the Citadel, I think," and then I was like, "Hey,"
Mm-hmm.
and then next thing I know, I have a new squad mate, and I was like, "Okay," and then you
Yeah.
told me she was DLC, and I never visited her, or did. She's the only one I didn't do the character mission for.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I did that little bit of DLC where I did do Zaid's
Yeah, but that's just
character
yeah,
mission, but
yeah.
I
It's just
had to because I apparently moved too fast.
apparently.
Yeah, it like wouldn't let me start the final thing without without doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I don't know. Am I crazy? She died at the beginning of three.
Who?
Kasumi. Am I just crazy? Was I confused?
Uh, she can.
All right, it's probably because I never made her loyal. I don't know.
Yeah, she can just kind of spoilers. Yeah, she can just kind of die in like a random side mission on the Citadel in three. It's kind of lackluster, all things
Yeah, I'm pretty
considered.
sure that's what happened for me. Yeah, it was so casual. It was handled so casually that like that I didn't even know if that really happened. Like, yeah, I'm sitting here like,
Yeah,
did that? Am I crazy? Is that a
yeah,
fever dream? She like came back and then she just died.
yeah. I'm not sure because, like I said, I never had her, so I've only ever seen it in like YouTube videos. But yeah, yeah. She can just die.
All right, sweet.
All right.
um, all right. Other
Yeah,
things?
I think the only thing I wanted to touch on was Garrus. You know, a little bit like a
Yeah,
little cherry on top was something I really did like about two is maybe they could have done it if two was their first game. I'm not sure, but something I really liked about Garrus was you don't have any like acquainting time with him. It's just like, oh Shepard, it's good to see you. So here's what happened on Omega, which I did like his character arc too, with like his squad and it dying and like him taking the responsibility of it, blah blah blah.
yeah,
But we've moved past that. But I liked how it just kind of you just jumped right into it. It was like, here's my problems, here's what I've been up to, and then like the second time you talk to him, he's like, help me kill this motherfucker.
yeah. And
There.
unfortunately, I didn't because I was a paragon.
So it's just kind of like there was like I said, I like that because it's just kind of it does feel like there was like a pre-made friendship there. Is kind of like, yep, we're just getting back to it.
Yeah.
But obviously, I know like everyone else is new characters. So and Garrus is like the best friend. But it's kind of like I like how like you get that sense. But there was no like, how you been, buddy? It was like shit sucked. help me kill this guy,
Yeah,
and I know you will because you're my friend. And then you do that.
you do. I do. I did that up until it came time to actually do it, and then I didn't. it was it did feel shitty because then like you just like don't do it, and then Garrus is just like, I don't want to talk about this, and then
Bruh.
he like is loyal to you, but he's like, let's wait a little while before we talk about this.
It's a little sensitive.
Yeah. uh,
I feel like we really we're heavy on the characters, which spent like probably like almost an hour. But I do feel like the characters were a very strong part of two.
they're
In
probably
my
the
thoughts,
most standout thing in two. Yeah.
because like the missions themselves aren't anything special. It's like
No.
you go to colonies, you investigate the collectors, you fight some collectors.
Oh,
You go to a collector ship, you fight some collectors.
now that we're on two, what I wanted to mention that's relevant for two and three, but not one, as I mentioned, is like finally a game series where your squad mates or your AI people are very fucking helpful, and I love that because
Yeah.
every games with games where you're like not alone when you just have to have someone tag along are
Mm-hmm.
notorious for them being useless and just
Yeah.
dying.
Yeah. That's why I kind of like that the weapons don't really have stats for the most part. It's kind of like you equip this gun, you like how it feels, good, that's your gun. And
Yeah,
then like there's no worry about like, upgrading or like having like the best gun in slots. It's kind of like there probably is objectively speaking,
yeah,
but like something like Garrus is kind of like give him a sniper rifle, have him equip the sniper rifle. Bro is gonna be sniping the entire, and he'll be doing it good. It's like yeah, no worry about it being not strong. And if like no, so that's just it. It's like a truck.
yeah, and yeah. No, in two and three, I just love how much they help. Like how there are so many times where I was like almost dead, or like there were like a couple guys that I was shooting but didn't quite kill, and I had to like get down and reload, and then I got back up and they're dead. Because like my squad actually helps. They actually do shit.
Yeah, it's kind of something I mentioned. It was like it's the Shepherd Vicarian combo, or like
Yeah,
that's persisted into two, or like even on Omega, I had moments where like I'd use the concussive shot and like it would knock over someone, and then like Garrus would just pop out and snipe them on the ground. And so it's like he did something and like actually killed someone, but it's like
yeah, they're very effective.
yeah, it's kind of
I
like yes.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say like yeah, sometimes you kind of have to be smart and like use their abilities if they don't, or change their weapons depending on the environment. But like even then, they will still use those weapons as effectively as they can. Like
Right. Uh, yeah, I was gonna say, and in two they did still die a good handful of times. I feel like for me, like I had to use Unity a good amount still. Not nearly as much as in one. Like in one, they felt useless. My team. And maybe it was my fault. You mentioned like I should have been messing with their armor and weapons and stuff more than I probably did. But I'm just saying, in my experience, however I played it, they were always dying in one. They were barely helping. Like we'd enter an encounter, and next thing I know, they're dead, and I have to hope that using Unity will get them like will give me an extra second to heal or something.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then in two, while they would still die a decent amount, uh, and I would have to use Unity and whatever. They were just such stronger assets, like whenever, and I always brought Garrus and Jack whenever I could, in two, and then in three, I don't even know, is Unity even in three? The point is they never died. Like in three, my squad mates never died. I
I
don't know.
think I think the healing ability is still called Unity because that's what it is in two.
Okay, I was like, just my squad was like fucking powerful in three. Like they were competent as far as killing and surviving. So
Hmm.
yeah, chef's kiss on that. Very rare in a game to have such a useful AI squad, I guess.
Yeah. Little side thing that I didn't mention when we're talking about one is that was actually something I did do with my squad mates. Is I modded their weapons and armor too, and for me, I did the just the flat damage increase, like I told you, like 40% more in organics or synthetics. But my companions, I put elemental effects on them, like I
Right.
think like Rex with a shotgun had like poison,
Mhm.
so like it had this big spread shot, and it would poison all the enemies. Or Garrus would be sniping, and if he didn't kill them, he would at least do like it would freeze them. So like it would
Mhm.
still like benefit me even if they weren't killing them.
Now,
That unfortunately doesn't carry over to two, but
no,
that's still
but
that's still kind of like a thing to note that like to keep in mind, I guess, if you ever replay it.
now that I thought about it for a second, I definitely did upgrade their weapons in one. I made sure that everyone had good weapons, and I remember always trying to make sure they had good armor, but like I just never got armor that said would work for the other team members. So unless you had to go somewhere
Mm-hmm.
and buy it, like I just never naturally acquired better armor for them.
I think I usually found theirs. I know I bought the best weapons in the game, but yeah, I think you usually had to just stumble across the armor randomly.
Well, there you go. I just didn't, but I did give them some good guns. Now that I think about it, I don't
Anyways,
know. What's up?
so anyways, back to two, I guess.
Yeah. So I feel like maybe we could touch on the end of two, which I feel like was they nailed it. I feel like they nailed it in one and two with the end, and then yeah, we all know about three. But yeah, I think in
Yeah,
two,
I feel like the assault on the collector base was pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty good.
I like I said, like yeah, it's a lot of build up, and then you kind of just do the mission, the suicide mission. But I think it's good. Like it's fun giving your crew members jobs to do
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of
And there's stakes that if you don't do the right people, like
they really will
someone,
die. Yeah.
yeah, people will die.
I think it's cool. I like that it's again kind of open and shut like the first one. Like it does seem a lot more loose by comparison to one. Uh one was just like at least once it got going, the story was pretty compact and like
Mm-hmm.
airtight. With two, it was just kind of like it was just kind of one mission that like you spend the whole game getting ready for, and then you do it, and then
Mm-hmm.
um yeah but it is satisfying to do that mission. Whenever I
Yeah.
like just stop talking, it's because I thought of something, and I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking that big critique I had that I told you about is more of a critique for three, I guess, actually. So I won't mention it quite yet, but I think we can
Mm-hmm.
move on to three in a minute. Uh, Personally, because most of the other things that I would touch on about two are things that we already talked about when we discussed one, where we said like, one didn't do this that well, but then two and three did.
Yeah. Hopefully, remember what those are, but we'll get there.
I would say just generally the sound design is better in two and three. The
Abs-
graphics, the like the art style, just like everything is like has been upgraded. The characters, the interactions, the missions
Oh yeah, just like everything across the board is
across
better.
the board. Yeah,
Yeah,
which
from two to three. Yeah, well, yeah, one to two.
yeah, with two really the most like interesting aspect for me was probably the characters, and then
The characters are a
as,
huge standout.
aside from that, you have the ending. So once we've like kind of discussed those, I'm ready to move on to three whenever you are.
Um, I feel like two. I feel like the DLC. It's called yes, yeah, Rivals. Excuse me.
You recommended it to me and I didn't do it, I
Like
think.
I did, like I do recommend it. I feel like out of the entire series, minus the Citadel DLC, I do feel like that is borderline a requirement and is quite literally galactically changing.
Isn't it the Liara one?
No, that's the Shadow Broker,
Oh, okay.
which that's just a cool DLC. It happens. The events technically happen anyways. It's just you're involved,
So are you talking
and
about the DLC that gives you a better understanding of the Reapers?
that's Leviathan in three.
Oh, I thought. Okay, okay. Then yeah, you're just gonna have to explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, Arrivals is it. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it.
mass relays.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Arrivals does canonically take place after the suicide mission, but to me, I feel like I do feel like it is essential to the story and literally is a galactic chain. Galactic, it affects the galaxy.
Yeah,
Um, because I mean, you do the mission, you fight some Batarians. You're in the Batarian system. Blah blah blah. Do the stuff. You save a scientist. Batarians are trying to crash. No, someone's trying to crash a meteor into the Batarian homeworld, which is the second time in the series that this is happening. That a meteor is being
rip.
flown into another person's planet. Because that's actually the DLC in one. But so you have to work to stop this meteor, but then you find out that the people controlling the meteor are actually indoctrinated by Harbinger, and he's like, "You can't stop us. We are on our way. We are there in like 4 hours." It's like,
Yeah.
so like, oh shit, the invasion's about to start. Which obviously this is two, not three. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So then you do the stuff. You stop. You use the meteor to crash into the mass relay, which blows it up,
Yeah,
destroying the. Which what you kind of mentioned,
I've
which
heard of this because this is what contradicts the end of 3, according
which
to
I
a lot
do
of people.
which I do have a small theory for, but we will get there.
All right.
So it blows up and it destroys the entire solar system, including the Vetarian homeworld and hundreds of thousands of people. And it's your fault. You did that. It's Shepard's fault. But the plus side is the Reapers have now been delayed by 4 months. And then you jump to 3. So like, okay, that explains the 4 month time skip. That now gives a reason for Shepard to be on house arrest? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then it affects the galaxy because a solar system just got nuked, but it's completely optional. Like if you don't
Right.
do that, like if you don't do that DLC, the Reapers will take 4 months regardless. But it's kind of like I feel like that DLC is borderline essential to the story, in my personal opinion.
Well, luckily for me, I think I could just go back and do it if I was opened up too. Like
Yeah,
I think it saves before the finale, so I could just go in, open it, and do that mission and just see what you're talking about.
yeah, you should be able to. But yeah. Like I said, it's good. Obviously, DLC is completely optional, but I feel like it affects so much that it makes sense because otherwise, I'm pretty sure Shepard only gets under house arrest for working with servers or some shit like that.
I don't understand why it was on house arrest.
Yeah,
All right,
I don't, or
you know
whatever.
what? You pretty much transitioned to 3,
Yeah, kind of.
so
Cause
I'm
like,
cool to
yeah,
just keep going with that.
yeah. I guess it's a good segue, but yeah, I mean that's kind of the point. Is like, I feel like Arrivals was a good. It was a good transition to the 3, and without 3, it's just kind of weird. Without Arrivals, it's just kind of weird.
Hmm.
I guess that was my point. Is it feels like Arrivals is necessary. It feels like it, but it's completely optional because it's
Well,
DLC.
I'll uh I'll definitely do it then. It doesn't seem like it should
It just
be that big of an undertaking.
yeah, it just logically, narratively, it makes sense, but it's kind of DLC.
Well, maybe it's because it does contradict the end of three. I don't know. You said you have a
Yeah. Well, don't forget if you go in chronological order, yeah, two would have came out, the DLC would have came out, and then the three would have came out a couple
so
years later.
so they
In
would have
chron-
had to actively go against that DLC's line of
yeah,
thinking.
because yeah, like that was they developed the mass relay to do that, and then a couple years later, they're like, what if it didn't? But I do have a theory, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Uh, with
So,
three.
so three.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think with two, just because I gave a rating to one, I think with two, I said it's definitely like an 8 or a 9. I could lean on 9.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah. So I guess
It's
I won't go that much into depth, but I think it's definitely the closest to a 10 out of the series.
it's pretty good rating. It's a
Pretty
good
good rating.
view. Pretty good view you have on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Your face just got a lot darker.
Yeah, I leaned back in the
No one can see you but me though.
yeah, because I the wiki page I have on is black.
Okay. 3.
So three, it cuts the squad mates in half, and you only get six without DLC,
Well,
not including the Citadel DLC.
but uh there's a few things to start off with.
Mhm.
First off, I know you're a big fan of the beginning.
I do really like the beginning. It is one of my favorite beginnings to a video game of all time. Just the like the intro, I guess. And I think yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it. You like how it shows the stakes of the Reapers.
Mhm. It's very yeah. I'm finally able to put it in words. It's very show don't tell. Like one and two has spent the entire time being like, "This is what the Reapers can do. This is what they're going to do. They are a big threat, and they're going to kill us." And then three, they don't spend time being like, "They're coming. They broke through our defenses." It's more of, I told you the Reapers are coming, but we're just sitting here jerking off. Oh, our defenses are they're offline.
Bonk.
There's a Reaper. Yeah,
Yep.
it's like the defenses are offline. We have no radio contact. There's a Reaper outside the window.
And then there's some stupid kid in a vent, but we'll get back to that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's just kind of like the Reapers literally just show up, are an unimposed force of nature, pretty much, for the most part. And I feel like maybe it's their literal colossal size, but I feel like I feel like it does really good at making you feel helpless,
I think it's
right?
the way they destroy the earth in front of you. Well,
Yeah,
practically.
yeah, like the might of the alliance, which at this point in the series is like it's up there with like the Turian military, like it's nothing to scoff at anymore. And they just show up and start cutting through it like paper,
Yeah.
just walking through skyscrapers, cutting down ships. It's kind of like, oh shit, we were not ready. And they're like, yeah, just it shows just how imposing, powerful, and just how helpless,
Which,
hopeless.
in a cruel twist of fate, that becomes like, uh, at the end, it becomes a bit of a negative for me.
Which part?
Just that, how powerful they are. Because, spoilers out the ass will probably be, now that we're talking about 3, I'll probably just refer to the ending here and there, and then we'll probably talk about it at large. But yeah, just like, because I feel like a lot of things leading up to the ending are relevant to how it ends, and specifically here at the beginning. Uh, yes, I agree with you. You see the stakes, and you're like, oh shit, how are we gonna handle this? And it makes it all more disappointing when you
Mhm.
get to the end and you can't handle it. Because
Yeah.
what it does is kind of, at least to me, and I feel like a lot of people, because there's a lot of disappointment, is it kind of like hypes you up to figure it out and see how you're going to overcome the obstacle. So it's just that much disappoint. That's what's more disappointing when you don't.
Yeah, especially because I feel like it's a really cool theme that they could have gone. Like you even kind of see it with Sovereign in one, where it was essentially just yeah, there was like alliance ships, like they weren't really putting a dent into it. But then once like Shepard opens the Citadel and like everyone coordinates, it like destroys it almost instantly. So it would have been a cool theme where like every race fighting for themselves. It was like they're playing defensive but also offensive, also like recovering their wounded, blah blah blah. So like they couldn't appropriately like fight back to their full might, but together
Yeah, yeah,
the theme of
exactly.
the galaxy coming together against this unstoppable force, which does actually kind of tie in even something with the Protheans, which I'll get there. But
Yeah,
it's not like all of these races, which are infamously known for butting heads, they get along because of politics. That's just what you do. We're all living together, so might as well. But no, like all species join hands. Like you cured the genophage, you've scratched each
yeah.
other's back, you strapped each other's backs. Now it's time to fight for survival.
You're gonna take all the words out of my mouth because yeah, exactly. The problem, just like head on with the ending, is that it goes straight up against the theme of all three of the games up until that point, which is like together we can do anything. That's like
Yeah,
essentially the theme right
yeah,
up until they just completely do a 180 and they're like, nah, fuck you.
yeah.
But,
And this
you know,
it's yeah. There's it's even dialogue I got from Garrus last night on two, where someone was like, why are you with Cerberus? I thought they were humanity first. And Garrus is like, hey man, the Reapers are bigger than humanity. Like
yeah.
it affects all of us. And it's like that. It's not like that's a thing that came out of left field. Like no, that's a thing that's been like spoken like the entire time. Not like the
And
Reapers aren't anyone's problem. It's everyone's problem.
and how you mentioned in one, you fight Sovereign, and like when everyone comes together, you take it down. Like it's just monumentally unsatisfying that they were clearly like building towards like, goddamn, it took all that just to take one of these down, but
Mm-hmm.
we did it. We persevered. We can do it. And then
Yeah.
you just hey,
About hundreds.
remember in one when you took down that one Reaper and it was a huge task, and you ready for that payoff? You're not getting it.
Yeah, because like yeah, then now there's hundreds of thousands. Yeah, yeah. There's no satisfaction.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
like,
we'll get
but
into more specifics about the ending, but
yeah, yeah.
uh,
Something I was gonna say about the Protheans, and like with that theme, is I don't know how much you paid attention during his mission when you recruited him because you did recruit him or at least right?
the Prothean,
Javik, yeah,
yeah, towards the end,
yeah. So I think if you like do his mission or at least talk to him, there's a very big point that they're seeing like Liara saw them as like they were like the main people. They brought up all the other civilizations. They helped everyone, but it was actually the opposite. That Protheans were actually like tyrants and like dictators, and like they conquered all the other planets and systems. They were the ruling empire.
yeah,
So it was like the complete opposite. That like they failed because they were spread thin, and it was just them. They were
yeah,
the only, and they were the only military force. So even though they lasted apparently centuries, by reading dialogue, they lasted centuries. It was still just it was a a pointless battle where like they were just Yeah, it was inevitable. It was quite literally inevitable that like they were all gonna get harvested eventually.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, no, thematically, it's not even funny how much they set you up for you to take the win.
Yeah.
Because yeah, they make a point to draw attention to the fact like, oh, they didn't do it, but it was just them. We've got everyone.
Mm.
It's still not enough. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Go home.
Yeah. It just kind of yeah, they built it up to not yeah, they built up that theme just to kind of not yeah, to to bring it home kind of thing.
Yeah, because I mentioned I do in a way sort of respect the end for being probably realistic, but it broke like the number one rule of storytelling and just went completely against its
Mm-hmm.
entire like thematic purpose of like the whole series. Which is more important, honestly, when
Yeah.
you're storytelling.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like the one thing is like the story and characters are such a huge part of Mass Effect. And just to like have such a great story and then just fumble the ending, it's like it sucks. Especially because at that point that should have been like 7, 8 years of this series just for it to end kind of catastrophically.
Yep.
Catastrophe.
Yep. All right. Let's talk about some other things before we go all specific on the ending because we clearly have a lot to say about the ending. We just went from the start to the end, but yeah, let's talk about some other things. So the gameplay, not the gameplay. I mean, yeah, okay. A whole nother can of worms. I've heard you say that the gameplay feels the most satisfying in three, and I agree. They don't limit your stamina in three as opposed to the first two,
Yeah, I
which
like
is very nice.
yeah, the weapons have the most variety and customization.
Yep.
I like how you can have any
Even though I
weapon.
use one thing the whole time, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you can have any weapon. Yeah, you have. There's tons of weapons to choose from, especially with DLC. You can have any weapon combination you want. Like you could just not have a shot. Some weapons. You could have one gun, like yeah, like you did,
Yep.
and that's viable.
Yep.
And it's kind of
Uh,
like yeah, and obviously all the mods that are associated with that do the different stuff, different stats.
got through the whole damn thing like that. Um, but yeah, the actual like feel of the gameplay, I agree with you, is the most smooth here, most satisfying feeling. As far as like the gunplay, um, as far as yeah, being able to just move around quickly. By the way, the redesign of the Citadel, I know we didn't even talk about it in two, but we talked about it in one and how much of a nightmare it is to traverse.
Yeah, I feel like
Uh,
two it was okay. So I feel like it's not
yeah,
anything noteworthy, but
it was
like
a middle ground. Like they made everything easier to traverse in three for sure.
mhm.
Um,
They made it into zones that you could just go to it directly.
and it was much nicer and everything for me to just go to the Citadel, which I did a lot in
Mhm.
three, and just start on like the lowest floor, talk to everyone, then go up a floor, talk to everyone, up a
Mhm.
floor, and that's what I did several times because in three, also very different from two. Strangely, at least the way I approached each of these games was pretty different, and I don't know if it's like that for everyone, but yeah, like um, they each kind of have their own kind of a meta to it.
Mhm.
Like two is the recruit game. You recruit and do all the missions for all the people, and then three, uh, as opposed to not doing any side missions in one or two or avoiding them as much as possible. In three, I was doing everything. Every side mission. I did every mission in the entire game except Leviathan. Because you're just building military strength, essentially, I believe. Um, and you need to hit a certain quota, which I hit, and I'm sure most people hit pretty early on.
Mhm.
And then yeah, I guess you can technically just speed run through to the end, but um, it's much more satisfying to just do the like very very many. It feels like little side things that I never felt compelled to do as much in the other ones.
Mhm. Because the world at this point, yeah, you should be really well invested in the characters, the world, and you should want more of it by the third game. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the main like gameplay difference, and like it was different from two. I guess I'll say some more start of game things. Um, I did have an adaptation period. I had an adaptation period from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, but from 2 to 3, was probably more difficult because of one misconception I had, which I'll get into, but also because it seems like you and like another guy I talked to about this agree that like 3 kind of has a slow start. It kind
Hmm.
of picks up slowly, and when you're hot off the action of 2, when you just finished 2, you're fucking ready for some shit. Like you're just ready to blast through some more shit. Like it's got you hyped up, or at least it had me hyped up. Like, um, because you finish the suicide mission, then they're like, now we have the Reapers, and you're like, you're just fucking ready. You're like, yeah, let's fucking bring on the Reapers, and then, then there's like a slow start to 3, and you've been placed on house arrest, and you don't know why, and
Hmm.
you don't have your team of 10 to 12 people anymore that you just spent the entirety of 2 putting together. That was the biggest thing for me. And it's because I think Drake built it up. Like in 2, you're doing all this recruiting for what you're going to be doing in 3. And that just wasn't really true. um,
Yeah, you do it. Yeah, do it for the suicide mission, but then yeah, you can interact with those people at
yeah,
different points.
I thought it was like, okay, I'm going to maintain all these people. And then like we'll probably get some more people in 3, but like we're just going to have quite a sizable cast of people. Uh, so like the biggest like motivation drain for me was just seeing that I was starting all over again, like at the beginning of
Hmm.
3, after the high that I ended 2 on.
Hmm.
Just feel like I'm ready for anything and then having to restart,
Yeah, I mean,
which is an
unfortunately,
expectations thing. I can acknowledge that, of course.
an unfortunate thing that it's kind of a stupid excuse, I'll admit, is because at the end of the day, three or even two could have been someone's first Mass Effect game.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would start at the third game in the series, but some people probably did. So if you start them with this crew full of people they don't know, they're probably not going to be as invested or care. But I feel like that's also shouldn't be the developer's fault. Like it's not their fault that the player decided to jump into the uh, installment of a series.
It really
So
depends. I feel like, yeah, no, I totally agree with you. That's why I typically like to play things in order, but
exactly.
there's a lot of series where people be like, "Oh yeah, I only ever played 2 or 3." Like, yeah, I mean, I'm guilty of it. I've only played Pikmin 2. Like, I guess like I witnessed 3, but like I don't think either of us ever played the first one. So like, there's some games where it's just like, 2's the one that got popular, or 4's the one that got popular.
Mm-hmm.
Resident Evil 4, like people just that was the entry point for many people.
Yeah, like some game series you can get away with it, like Final Fantasy. You don't need to play a single Final Fantasy to understand Final Fantasy 13, for example.
Yeah.
But like, even like Pikmin, like I feel like, I mean, a game like that, I think it does have an intro that explains the events of one, but it's kind of like, yeah, you don't need to play one, but like you'll understand how Louis. No, Louis wasn't in one.
No.
You'll
Yeah.
understand. You'll understand Pikmin a little bit more,
Yeah.
but it'll help you. But it's not necessary.
No, and I guess you would know just by like if you didn't know what Mass Effect was and you just heard, oh, Mass Effect 3 is doing really well, you might just pick it up thinking you can start on 3. Another example is like The
Mm.
Witcher 3. I always hear about The Witcher 3. One of the best games ever. Gotta play The Witcher
Yes,
3.
yeah, specifically Witcher 3
It's
too.
the third one. Like I'm like, really?
Yeah,
Just jump in on the third one? Doesn't
yeah,
matter.
and
Play
yeah,
Red
and
Dead
like
2. Doesn't matter if you play the first one.
that one you can get away with only because two is a prequel.
Fair enough.
I feel like that's a rare occasion where you can get away with doing that.
But yeah, just a little tangent there to comment on that because yeah, I'm sure a bunch of people did come in on 3
But yeah, it
or 2.
definitely. I feel like it's just not a good enough excuse. Like two, I'll let it slide. I feel like that's an okay way to reset the character. But I feel like three was. I feel like that was kind of lazy. Just well, you're under house arrest. Well, we investigated the sting. It's like,
Yeah,
why? I'm Commander Shepard.
yeah, no, exactly. that's kind of like I was like, this is dumb. Like when you first told me that because I don't even remember the game explicitly saying that. I was just really confused. I was like, what am I doing? I have
Yeah, I
this
think I
whole
usually.
fucking like army built up at this point. Like what am I doing? It made sense, yeah, when you die, which is crazy because like if like any other series tried to pull off like, oh, you die but now you're cool, like I'd be like that's super lazy. But they found a way to like do it well.
Yeah, it's definitely like they took advantage of the futuristic sci-fi nature of it. Like this is hundreds of years in
It
the future.
and it's the fact that you don't die at the end of 1 and then get brought back. It's like you die at the start of 2 and then you see it all. So it
Yeah,
doesn't feel like a last second like shit 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 how do we like it was part of the story.
yeah,
Yeah, like if they brought back Shepard in a Mass Effect 4, then you might get that shit 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 feeling of
yeah.
like how do we
Which
do it?
is
Oh no.
which is to be determined as of the recording of this.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how all that goes.
Yep. All we know so far is Liara. Anyway, we'll get there. No,
Yeah.
no.
Let's skip 3 and talk about 4. No.
Well, we know. No,
All right, all right, all right.
but
Yeah, that was a few things we wanted to get out of the way. We talked about a lot of the general quality of life improvements. So, if we want to talk about the characters again and then talk about maybe the interactions, like I know you want to talk about Jack for this game,
yeah, I guess I have some stuff to say about that.
but we would have to jump right to that. We could kind of go through the squad again and see. There's not a lot of new people.
Yeah, the only technically three, if counting DLC, but that's not a technicality.
I
If
What's up?
Hmm.
I was gonna say Edie is technically new.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say on a technicality because yeah, she is on the crew into, but now like she has a body and she can join you on missions. So like she is a returning member, but like not at the same time.
Yeah, and I like her. We haven't talked about her at all. I like her. I like her and Joker's thing that they got going on.
Yeah,
Especially like too where he's just making fun of her the whole time.
yeah, they just bicker.
Yeah,
Kind of like she's just trying to be an AI and do her stuff, and he's like, "Bruh, let me drive."
yeah, and then I like that they, of course, develop feelings in 3. That's cool.
Which that's a thing that happens.
Yeah,
I mean, I obviously encourage Joker and Edie, but I've always been kind of like, I guess you're doing that.
yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely both at the same time because I do like it. Um, but yeah, it also is one of those things that feels like a sure, why not kind of like inclusion.
Like sure, the AI robot lady with the brittle bone disease guy.
Yeah,
It's like okay,
and it
sure. Why the?
acknowledges that as well,
It's like why the fuck not?
which doesn't really help if you think about it any deeper. But you don't need to. It's just funny, whatever.
Yeah,
um,
they're kind. They're happy. Apparently,
yeah, we got Garrus back, of course.
bro cannot stay away.
He's
Think.
definitely your probably you just feel the most like he's like I understood the most like how he's just the bro at this point.
Uh, yeah, because like now you've been together for a while. You've been through a lot of shit.
You guys usually will talk and you'll talk about the good old days.
Yeah, yeah, I will feel like they do that a lot, and it's only like if you think about it, their adventure has only been a year and like five, no, yeah, 2 years and like 5 months. If you think about it,
Good old days.
that's how long they've known each other, not including Shepard being dead, which means Shepard has only known Garrus for like five, not even half a year.
So it's like
And they're like the best of friends, and I'm okay with
they've got the good old days.
that.
That's like twice as long ago as when they released the announcement of Silent Hill 2. So that's quite a long time, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel they had a good dynamic. Yeah, they're just good old friends. I don't feel like they do anything
Well, it's cool when they do just
particularly.
chill, but
Yeah, I feel like they had some touching moments. Yeah, when they hang on the Citadel. I'm pretty sure after a major character death, Garrus like genuinely checks on Shepard. He's like, like, are you doing okay? Like, can you do this?
I also
And
oh sorry.
and then what?
I was gonna say I also in my playthrough he and Tali got it on Tally.
Oh, I do love that if male Shepherd doesn't romance Tally and female Shepherd doesn't romance Garrus, that they will sneakily kind of like
I walked in on him.
yeah, they start hitting it off a little bit.
Yeah. I thought I was picking up on that, but then I kind of forgot about it. Then I just walked in and he was like, not now, Shepard.
Yeah, they kind of tease that a little bit more in the Citadel DLC, which is no surprise. Fan service central over there,
Yeah.
but I don't know if we want to touch on. Do you want to touch on that separate later, or just kind of sprinkle it in?
I mean, I feel like we've gone on so many tangents about the little things as we've been going that like uh most of what we have to touch on with 3 is probably gonna be the ending and then like character interactions.
Pretty much, because that's the reason why three is my favorite is the characters.
So yeah.
It's like almost purely the character. Like yeah, I love like the gameplay, the missions, the story, blah blah blah. And it sucks, but it definitely is primarily the characters and the character interactions.
The ending sucks and I guess we could touch on the boy unless you want to save that for the end too.
Boy, yeah, we can save that for the ending.
Okay, then yeah, we could just character interactions. Yeah, the only other character that I mean, you talked a bit about the Prothean. Um, yeah, there's James that I mentioned earlier. I just think he sucks. I don't find him interesting. Um, I
Yeah,
don't have anything to say about him, and that's pretty much it.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I feel like it's almost like the same deal where like Shepard kind of mentors him a little bit and kind of
If you do that, yeah, I just barely
it kind
talked to
of
him, and I was just like, okay, he's like the pervy guy who's like
yeah,
super masculine. Like he's
yeah.
he
He's
wants he
that
like the
guy.
first time you go talk to him, he wants to like fight. It's like okay,
Yeah, yeah. He wants to like spar, which I feel like I don't get in the context of what's going on right now. Like, bro, I don't think we're gonna get into a fist fight with a Reaper.
yeah, I don't know. Uh,
Like, yeah, like yeah, I guess you gotta keep those muscles up to top shape, but I don't think that's gonna help you too much against a Reaper. I'll be honest.
Yeah, and then he just keeps making comments about like every girl. I think like including Edie. It's just like it aged badly. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of like you could talk to him, kind of like mentor him, I guess, because soldier to soldier, you're the veteran between two of you, and I think like you can end like his character arc with like encouraging him to become like an N7, which is like I think that's supposed to be like the special forces of like the peak of the alliance, like without being like without like going up in like council and being like a specter and all that, because that's what Shepard is,
Yeah,
the
I think
best
I
of
think
the best of the best.
I think my James did do become N7, but like I just didn't care about him.
Yeah, I mean he's not that deep. He's not really just interested. Just kind of it's just kind of like Jacob 2.0.
Yeah, and there's a
Like there's slightly more character there, but like not much.
I know there's a animated movie about him, and that sounds awful to me.
What? I've never heard of that. I'll be honest.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
Yeah,
I
I never
totally
heard of
thought
that.
you would have. I don't know. I think Maddie must have been talking about the series at work because I've been playing it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and one of her coworkers said like, "Oh, there's a movie," and then she told me, and she's like, "Oh, we should watch the movie." And I looked at it, and it says it stars James, and he's played by the guy who played Fred in the fucking Scooby Doo live action movie. And I was just like, and I saw like the ratings for it. And I was like, this looks awful, and James is the worst character. I don't want to see this.
Yeah, and that's interesting because like that's a white guy, and James supposed to be of like
Yeah.
Latino
Yep.
origin. Yeah.
Yep. I
Or
also they whitewashed him, but I don't know how true it is. The guy at the game store I was at said that James was added to the game after, and like that the movie was actually his backstory. Like he existed as part of like the comics or a movie first. I don't know. And since
I
you
don't know.
don't know, we're just gonna say that's what we heard. But
I've never heard anything about that, and I mean like they would have had to update the entire game because he's in the story.
yeah,
It's like
I don't know. It
I
says the movie came out in 2012 also. So
I mean, if anything, I mean, I feel like it's not unheard of to do something like that to kind of like introduce a character.
yeah.
They did something like that in. I'll look up the date for sure, but they did something like that for Halo 4 with the new character they. It was after Halo 4, I think, where they released like a live action short of introducing the character Agent Locke, who is going to be a prominent character in Halo 5. But it's kind of they didn't they didn't have to do any backstory. You just watch that. There you go. So like but like so like it's probably like the same deal
Mhm.
where they're like, hey, check out this movie. Now he's gonna be in the game. Don't gotta develop him.
Well,
That's what I'm thinking.
according to the same person I was talking to about this stuff, one of my other least favorite aspects and characters in the game was apparently also from the comic or something.
Who?
Talking about Kai Lang,
Oh, yeah, Kylie Yang.
Kai Liang, whatever.
It's probably yeah.
I
That's
hate
probably
this bitch, and like I think we can talk about him now because he's not necessarily that big of a part of the ending, in my
yeah. I feel
opinion.
like yeah, I feel like it has to be the same deal where like they were introducing these new characters that were part of the plot, and instead of taking the time to develop them, they're like, let's make movies or comics about them.
Yeah. Anyway, I hate his character in the game.
Yeah, which I feel like is intentional.
Well,
I mean, he's an antagonist after all,
I
so I feel
well,
like it has.
of course, but like I kind of hate multiple things about him. I kind of think he looks really dumb too. Like I think his
Oh
design is
yeah,
bad.
oh yeah, just like all like the stuff all over his face.
Yeah, and the fact that like you, it's just like yeah, the first hint total disappointment when you fight him towards the end and you can't kill him. And like him and the elusive man win a round. Like that's the first time in the whole series that like they've made you feel unstoppable, and then they're like pull the rug out from under you, and it's like it's a little late to introduce failure. Like to this game, I feel like, um, especially at the hands of this dork, like that just like sucks. It's not even like the elusive man himself bested you. It's like this new character that is really
Yeah.
lame.
Yeah, a quick skim through it. Yeah, it seemed like there was like 10 comics with Kai Lang in it.
Oh boy.
Like as like the main focus too.
So there you go. I guess there's more backstory to him, but as far as just like in game, it's super disappointing.
Oh, absolutely. He's just kind of there and he's better than you at everything because he needs to be. The plot needs him to be.
Yep. So yeah,
And yeah, just a quick skimming through his wiki. Yeah, like he's even supposed to be an N7, so like, it would make sense if like he was an equal. He's an X N7, so it'd make sense if he was an equal, but no, he's just better than Shepard at everything.
yep. Yeah, it's really I hate shit like that where like it gives you a section where you fight, but there's actually no win state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially because like yeah, you can do all the work and then just fail anyways. Like, why would you just let me do that at all?
Yeah, just like put it in a cutscene. Like it's disappointing either way, but it's more disappointing if you let me try.
Exactly.
uh, anyway, yeah, just quick tangent on him. One of the worst characters. Um, and yeah, I mean, I again, I don't know his backstory, but in the game, one of the worst characters. Not even just because you're
Yeah.
supposed to hate him, just like he's as far as his presentation in the game, he's just badly like written because he just kind of shows up and is better than you, and that's his purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
And
nothing to
then
it.
and then the final confrontation, you can just beat him despite nothing being different.
Yeah, relatively easily. Like I didn't struggle
Yeah.
with that. So yeah,
Yeah. I will say that the final scene with him, that is the scene I will always choose the renegade option, and I will never regret it.
the final scene with him.
Yeah, where you finish him off.
Don't you kill him either way? Well,
Yeah, but
I guess you wouldn't know. You never chose not to.
Well, I did on my first playthroughs. Question mark. I don't remember when I started doing it, but it's kind of like an unspoken rule now that like I do the renegade option there, and because yeah, if you don't do it, one of your squad mates will shoot him because he's sneaking up on you. And if you do the renegade, which I don't know why it's a renegade to begin with,
Yeah, it's self defense.
yeah, you kill him yourself with an omni blade to the hip, or to the side, I guess. And maybe it's because it's for revenge, because you say like, "Oh, that's for Stain, you son of a bitch." But it's kind of like, "Oh wow, you acted in revenge." It's like, okay, well, I mean, like he's gonna try and kill you, so
Yeah,
that's so.
someone else killed him in mine, I think, because I was on a only Paragon run,
Mm-hmm.
which ended up being bullshit. We'll talk about that, I guess. Well, I'll just
Yeah,
say it quickly. We don't need to divulge all that later. Yeah, obviously it's that Paragon check with the elusive man,
yeah, like the biggest, hardest one in the series, which I guess makes sense
which
when you realize
is
it is the last Paragon check. So I
sure,
guess it makes sense.
sure, but it's just really dumb to me how I chose every blue option ever in the whole series, and even some of them I remember choosing blue and getting renegade. I even sent you the video proof of like that one choice where in the first
Yeah,
game.
yeah, that happened to me too.
Yeah, what the
Like
fuck
happened
is
to me.
that?
Yeah, I chose like the top option or the renegade. Yeah, the Paragon option. I got like five renegade. I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah. What? um, But apparently it was probably because I didn't charm the elusive man. Whatever. Uh,
Yeah. When I googled the requirements, I really do think it was something stupid. Like you had, like I said, for example, you had like 97 Paragon. You needed the 100%. It's kind of like you were like so like that close because you sent me a picture of
it
your
said
meter. And I said,
zero at the top, so I thought that meant there was nowhere left to go. But I don't know what the fuck it means.
yeah, unless that meant like zero renegade because like I don't know. It's one of those things where that's what I think is you were just like that close, but the game's like, but you don't have 100. So because apparently, yeah,
Or
apparently
it's
the
some
only
charm bullshit. Because yeah, there were like other requirements, but
yeah because the only requirements were doing the Paragon option and charming him on every interaction. Yeah, Mars, Thessia, and a third one. I don't remember. Oh, the Citadel. And then you do all three blue options during his conversation, and you have 100 Paragon, and only then will the final fourth Paragon be available.
and then I think I realized I probably wasn't nice to him because at that point you know he's bad. So
Exactly.
I probably didn't charm him. But I always chose blue when I could. So
Exactly. And by that point of the series, obviously you don't trust him, you don't like him, you're against him, and he's doing sketchy shit. That's directly against everyone.
so I'm not gonna charm him unless it's the Paragon option.
No, you're not gonna be like, hey man, you're fucking up, join us, help us fight the Reapers. You're gonna be like, fuck you. You suck.
Yeah. All right. It's crazy. This one's long as fuck because there's still some shit to go through. Um.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the character interactions that you want to talk about, and then we'll go into the ending,
Yeah.
fully into the ending.
Yeah, because like everyone else pretty much is saying, like, you just get more Tally. She's just good. She's fun to interact with. Her the whole Corey and Geth storyline finally reaches its conclusion, I guess.
Yeah.
Liara, it's just more Liara.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We
More
we, we
Liara.
don't have to talk about characters that aren't
Yeah, I'm just talking about
having
just
anything
skipping.
interesting going on, but if we want to talk about I don't know, you said you had some cool stuff with Thane in 3 and you said well, obviously with Jack. So,
Yeah, Thane, Jack, Morden Solis. Yeah, Morden Solis.
yeah,
Yeah, more. Yeah, he makes a very surprisingly big impact on the story of three.
very heroic choice.
Yeah. Uh,
The
we
one
are
that
good.
you like can't stop cuz like every other time in the series when someone's trying to like off themselves, Shepard can be like no, and then they just won't. But in
Yeah.
that one you can't stop him.
Yeah. Which we will touch on in more detail.
But it didn't even make me sad. It made me like I felt like prideful for that man.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Well,
Was that you said there's one death in this series that's made you tear up? Was that it?
yeah.
Oh man.
That was the one. Yeah. I was gonna say like we might as well talk about Morden while we're here. Yeah. It was just I don't know. Like I don't know. Maybe it was like because at that point I'd been a couple playthroughs. So like at this point these characters are they're dear to me. Like I love these guys.
Uh-huh.
But like I don't know, maybe there's just something about like I think I did get there is dialogue where if you get enough dialogue into he will like sing his song on the
Oh
way up the
yeah.
elevator.
No, I
And
got that.
like
I
like
didn't
I don't know,
realize
they're
what
just,
that was. I don't think. I was just like, oh, he's singing, but I didn't know the song.
yeah, if you talk to him enough in two, he will actually tell you that that was some like I think he said he used to sing or like it was just like a thing Solarians did. I don't remember the details exactly anymore. But either way, he sings it for you in two, and then
I
so
must have
if he
forgot. I suck.
so he does that. So in two, there's obviously like the whole like character arc of him now regretting the genophage. It's now time to cure it. The Krogan have suffered enough. Plus, we need the Krogan's help. Blah blah blah. So now, like it had he has to fix his mistake. It had to be him. Someone else could have gotten it wrong.
Yeah.
But And so then you go through, and then so then like yeah, he joins the story. You're talking to him. You like all of his like emotional regret, all of his thoughts. Yeah. So then then you finally get to the shroud. Yeah. And he pulls that shit on you, like, hey, this place is coming down. Someone's got to go up there and manually detonate it. So guess it's got to be me. And it's kind of like, bruh. It's just kind of like you know immediately what that means. Like like he's not coming back down. Like it's like the facility, yeah, is blowing up around you. So it's just kind of like, yeah, you're not coming back, are you? And he knows that too. And I even think like the Paragon option is just to say like like you'll never forget him or like to thank him or just something along those lines. That like you don't even try talking him down. It's just kind of like
I
he knows
there was
he
one where I
knows
did try, but he said no.
yeah, like like it's like you both like know like he had like this has to be done like regardless like you know so yeah so then like
If
but
he was
that was
alive, the end of 3 would be different.
exactly so I just yeah just yeah so yeah I just he's like it had to be him the door closes and he's just like someone else could have got it wrong which is there's some merit there
Yeah.
but then obviously then he starts singing and humming to himself as like he's blowing up and his last moments is curing the genophage.
Mhm.
And then like he dies without any regrets. And I don't know something about that. Like I said, maybe it's because like at that time I've gotten to know the characters and they're dear to me. But something about it just kind of I've lost my composure.
Well, I think he resonates with a lot of people because of that. Uh,
Like he did what he felt like was necessary, and later he realized it was a mistake, and he regretted it, and he did everything in his power to fix the mistake.
honorable. Sorry, I was looking at a picture of all the squad together. But yes, uh, very important and pivotal moment in the story.
Yeah. Even for just like the universe, being able to cure the genophage, which you hear about like throughout all three games consistently. Like every time there's a Krogan, like the genophage is probably going to get mentioned.
Yeah,
And it just has it has such a big impact on the system, the galaxy, and then just be able to cure it. It's like that's a big deal. Like obviously you could not and take the renegade path,
yeah.
but Paragon's cool.
The Renegade run doesn't particularly appeal to me for this
Yeah,
series. I mean, yeah, if I did it, it'd be completely out of curiosity. But like,
that's what YouTube's for.
I don't really feel like, yeah, exactly. All right, yeah. Let's talk about. You want to talk about Thane, Jack?
We could talk about Thane, but I think it's time to take a quick break.
Oh no. All right.
We've been here like 3 or almost 4 hours.
Yeah,
Tiny break.
you're gonna go pee.
A sure.
All right.
Anyway, Thane, I feel like he had. I feel like he had a. I feel like he had some good moments in three. Yeah, like catching up to him.
I went and hung out with
Yeah.
him at the hospital, but
Like hanging out with him at the hospital, kind of catching up with him. Yeah, you talk about if you do his character mission, which I hope you did.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, not you specifically, but but obviously it tells you about Codlan. I think it's Codlac.
his son.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on his son's name. It's like Cuss something, but um, like he tells you about his son, how like he's doing better, or like bettering his life. And it's just kind of cool, like little catch up because he's just a cool character. he does tell you sad news that like he is nearing the end of his life. Like his disease is catching up to the point where like he is basically bedridden, more or less, and he's like constant attention.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like it's like a moment of like it's good to see you, but like yeah, it sucks that you're gonna be gone soon.
And then
It's
you
still,
don't see him anymore at a certain point, so that's sad too.
yeah, so but yeah, then you just don't really see him, which I kind of wish what if once you met a character, they were at least there in the world, even if you couldn't have like the branching dialogue system, even if you couldn't do that, I wish they were at least still present in the world.
Hmm.
So I feel like that would have been nice, like for world
Just have him
building, I
hanging
guess.
out.
Yeah, like bro, still in the hospital. Even if you just wanted to put a static body, Thane's body just in a bed, like oh he's resting.
Hmm.
But it's kind of just having him there. I feel like would have gone pretty far.
Just see him.
But yeah, but then you don't see him again until like the mid to end point when the attack on the Citadel by Cerberus.
Yes, which is quite a whole thing.
Yeah, like I feel like in a way there's like not much to really say about it.
Yeah, it's
Unfortunately, it
aside from
happens
mentioning
quick.
that it happens. Yeah.
Like unfortunately, like not much happens. Like it's not really that significant. I'll be honest. Like Kai Lang shows up. He's trying to assassinate counselor, and then the man himself shows up, Thane, and pretty much whoops his ass for the most part until yeah he gets stabbed. Yeah, he gets stabbed,
Rip.
and then I mean, especially for like a man already like on his deathbed, he was like, he was whooping this guy's ass. He's doing pretty good. Yeah, then he gets stabbed, and at this the side, it's kind of like, oh, okay, that ain't too good,
It isn't.
and yeah, and it isn't, and he does die. Obviously, spoiler.
Yeah,
Dying,
I think I
dying men.
I think I get it now. Why I saw him at the end of the game. You've probably seen everyone who died.
On the memorial.
Just like right when you finish the game and it starts showing that like
Oh
so
yeah,
I saw Thane and I think Ashley, and I was like, what? Oh, but I thought it showed like Liara too. She didn't die, so I don't know. Maybe it started with Thane though.
yeah. So yeah, he dies. Well, obviously, because like he's already nearing the end of his life, and like they just didn't have Drell blood on the Citadel because like they're just a species that don't live there.
Yeah,
So if I remember right, I think even within the Drell, I think he had rare blood. I could be wrong. Yeah, a rare blood type, but I could be wrong about that. But so it just kind of like you just have to let him go, let him rest, and like it's just kind of like a touchy moment, just saying goodbye. I thought his was sad too. Maybe it's because I just liked his character, but and then obviously you help his son, and then his son stands with there and kind of says goodbye with you, and like you say a prayer together. It's like even as an atheist, it's just kind of like it's kind of a touching moment, just because you're doing it for him, not you.
I'm more quiet because I don't remember it as much. I feel like the character interactions from two stuck out to me the most personally.
Oh yeah.
Personally, but I don't know. Yeah, you're saying a lot of the interactions that that stick out to you the most are in the Citadel DLC. I'm just laughing at that response. You said
Which
all that,
one?
and I'm like, oh, I like the character interactions in two more. Oh yeah. You don't care. You
It's like, what the
don't care
fuck?
about my boy.
What the fuck do you just say?
No, I think it skipped my mind with all the shit that went on in three.
I think it feels more meaningful because you're just definitely getting to know a lot more characters. So you're like, there's just more to it. But three, you don't really get to know anyone as opposed to Javik and James.
Yeah, you just get to follow up on some things. And admittedly, like it's where in a lot of areas it fell short for me because your interactions with the characters, while they were there, they were definitely limited
In three.
from past games. Yeah, and even if they were like on your squad, I kind of gave up at a certain point on checking in with everyone because people didn't have much to say in three. It felt like.
Yeah, that three is definitely has less personal dialogue like two did, where you get to you got like really close people, got like missions. I don't remember three having that a lot, especially there's a lot of three. I'm pretty sure three even has a lot of those dialogue where like you just like walk up to them, press A, and then they'll just kind of talk, and then you
Yeah,
can just
a lot of that.
leave. There's a lot of that dialogue in three, unfortunately. Like Liara sticks out to me badly,
Yeah.
where like you just go to her room and she'll just be talking to her VI.
Yep. Nope. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of that. Uh, there's just not a lot of in-depth interactions, unfortunately. But then, like, yeah, there's the
It's just
Citadel DLC.
yeah, I mean, there's even sometimes when you're just even at the base citadel, like hanging out with Garrus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you go like specifically to meet up with someone for like your hangout, then you get a bit more out of each character. But
Yeah, like you can hang with Garrus. I think you can sit and talk to Liara at some point. I don't remember about what exactly.
yeah, I did that. I don't remember either though.
You can interact with like Edie and Joker at least two separate occasions from what I can remember.
Yeah, definitely.
Um,
I remember seeing them a lot too.
I know you can. Yeah, you can interact
Dancing.
with Jack. There's dancing. There's a lot of there's a lot of side quests where you just talk to a person, point, you just fetch quests. I mean, a lot of the character actions are honestly the Citadel DLC.
Yeah,
I mean, at least it read the Citadel. A lot of it's just kind of yeah. When you just sit and think about it, there wasn't too much. It's just what was there was a really cool, really strong moments. I think.
oh yeah.
Look,
No.
like I don't know, I've seen stronger.
No, no, I get you.
Like yeah, like Morden, like Thane, like I don't really get emotional reactions from video games or life for these days. So I just kind of like maybe that's just a personal problem, but like I don't know, just it resonates with you, or like, or yeah, just to bring it back again, hanging out with Garrus, like
Hanging out
it's
with
always
Garrus is the point of Mass Effect 3.
you just because usually it's all action, but then it's just you two just kind of you just take a rent a car, and then you just go to a place you're not supposed to go, and you just kind of shoot the shit
Yeah,
and
literally.
yeah, and just kind of you just talk,
Yeah.
and it's just small moments like that where it's like I was like, well, everything's going to shit. Let's just chill a moment, take a moment for ourselves.
It's neat. I'm gonna, if it's all right, change the focus to Jack now because
Yeah,
I had follow up
yeah.
with because
Okay.
I mentioned being a little disappointed. I didn't get the interaction that you consider the climax of their relationship,
Yeah,
but
I done fucked up.
so without that, I was a little underwhelmed. Like I wanted to stay loyal to this character, obviously. Um, but you see her like twice. And then
Yeah,
like if you
yeah,
count the Citadel DLC, then three times. But yeah,
yeah.
you go meet her on a mission, and she talks some shit, and then like makes out with you, and then you know you kind of do the mission, and you kind of catch up, but you're pretty busy, and then you can
There's some
get to
shit going on.
huh yeah you can get together
There's
on the Citadel and like
Yeah, like you can like commit, like they were like, sometimes past. But yeah, I think yeah, let's make this a thing. Like let's do it.
you can basically say that, and then you don't see her again unless you do the DLC. Um, and
Yeah,
if you do, then some shit happens that was apparently really impactful that I missed, and then you don't see her ever again. I mean, I did see her in the Citadel DLC, and you know they did like the flirting and they fucked whatever. Like they woke up together in the bed, and then she was like doing pull ups, and we talked a little bit, but like we didn't have this intimate moment that you told me about. Um, and then you
hmm
kind of just get to talk to her at the very end as you're when you can like talk to the communications officer and you can talk to everyone and say your goodbyes, and she's just like, we're gonna fuck after the war, and it's like, all right,
yeah. Don't die. I gotta get laid.
yeah. So
Like it's like what? It's one of those things where if it's like we survived this, fair enough.
sure,
Gotta get,
yeah,
gotta get that stress out, I
but
guess.
yeah, no. Ultimately, that's all you get across. What for me was like getting close to like 30 hours of gameplay. So not a lot, especially compared to the second game where you can pretty much see her whenever you want.
Yeah, which again, we both wish there was more dialogue there, but
Yeah. Again, like yeah. Overall, I could
yeah,
have
I
been
feel
more satisfied with the relationship, but I do think it was good. I appreciate what there was.
yeah, like I definitely feel like that criticism carries into three. That like I feel like if you do Romancer, I feel like there should have been opportunity to interact with her more, even if it was like anything like deep or meaningful, like character changing. Like at the end of the day, like you could just be friends with her, and then you could just kind of chill, and then you could dance, and then yeah, you call her at the end. You say goodbye like you do everyone else. But it's kind of like if you romance her, you could be like, so what about us? You want to do this? Yeah, I'm sure. And then you don't see her until the fucking end of the game.
Yeah.
It's like what? Like, yeah, I get it. There's a war. Shepard's on the front line. Like, he's the one like leading the assault, going like doing all these quests to unite the galaxy, the Milky Way. But like, and like, she is quite literally on the front lines fighting the Reapers. But it's just kind of like they couldn't have done something.
You don't even in like the slideshow at the end. Maybe you do, but I don't remember seeing any confirmation that she even lived. I don't remember seeing her. I saw like a bunch of characters, but maybe I'm
I
wrong.
think it's like unless they do some kind of shit in four, which I do. I don't even think we know it's technically four. I think it's just Mass Effect, but in regard that's being dubbed four. But I'm pretty sure, unless it's stated otherwise, I'm pretty sure no one dies unless you fuck some shit up.
Yeah, I just didn't see her in like the final like montage or whatever.
Yeah, I think. Like I
I
said,
don't think.
that's why I think. I think it's unless it's stated. I think they're alive. Like if you get like the military strength, at least any notable characters, of course.
And what I think is weird, also with depending on no matter who you romance, is what I told you. I accidentally did this thing with Liara that felt weirdly romantic. That just seems like you can do that. Well, I mean, I never carried out any sort of relationship with Liara, and I did that. So it feels like a weird addition. I'm talking about like right before you go into the final battle or whatever. And she's
Oh,
like, I
the
have to show you something, and then like it just feels oddly romantic. um, and
yeah,
that was having zero relationship with her. Like we were just friends. So like
Yeah,
it's weird to me that you can just pull that out of your ass at the end of the third game, no matter what you've done up until that point.
yeah. I do feel like like I remember do remember telling you this. I do feel like you can write that as going both ways, friend or relationship, but it's definitely random because you two haven't joined. I think since one when she helps you try to sift through the Prothean vision. So it's just a thing you guys never do again. And then in the last moment, she's like, "Check this out,"
that
which kind of like, yeah, I guess it makes sense that you can do that as friends and or a lover. But I think the problem is it's the same no matter if you romance her or not.
yeah, I think my theory is that they really want you to. They put the most effort into the relationship with Liara, is my theory.
Yeah,
Having not seen the relationship with Liara, it seems like the one that they want you to go with.
yeah. Especially by three, she absolutely, I probably many polls at this point was probably a highly popular character.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if you wanted to spoil the stuff about Jack because I haven't seen it yet. That's up
Yeah, I
to
thought
you.
about. Yeah, I wanted to send you the clip, but but I didn't know if you wanted me to do that.
Yeah, or I don't know if I should do that or just either way. I guess we don't have to talk about it here since I haven't seen it yet. But I,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can kind of skirt around it in the sense that if you do some requirements during the Citadel DLC, you can hang out with her in an arena. Or you can do some flirting, blah blah blah. There's a Paragon. There's actually a Paragon choice there where you can like make out with her as a robot's exploding.
all right.
It's supposed to be, yeah. And like I said, that's the Paragon choice, and it's supposed to be a really cool moment. But then you guys go back to the apartment, and she tells you to strip, and you're like, "What?" And then yeah, she said something else, but I'll save that for a moment. But and then like she gives that tattoo, and like all things aside, like it's to me, it was like the meaning of the tattoo. Like even if it was Jack or not, like Jack's kind of like a cherry on top. But but to me, it's just kind of the meaning of the tattoo is like she gives like this like heartfelt little like moment where like one of the students in her squad got lost or like got caught in an explosion or like something like being demolished. And oh, I think she's under a pile of corpses or some shit like that. And she was like, she thought she was dead, and she only recognized her because of her ugly boots. So she wanted, so she was able to, pull her out of the rubble and corpses. So then it was like the same thing with Shepard, where like it was a mark made, by her that meant something to her that it could be used to identify him in case something happened to him. And like I don't know, something about that where I was like, shit. I was like, I like that.
I think I'll have to see it myself.
And I was like, man, I need something like that. Like I don't know, just kind of like the meaning. It was I guess like the meaning behind it. I was like, I just met something in me, I guess.
Dank.
And that's why I was like, I gotta get in the same spot.
Yeah, this I need to witness for myself.
Yeah, it's a nice. It is a very nice moment.
So I will have to do that in my own time. There was something else I was gonna mention and then I totally forgot. uh I think it had to do with Liara or something. I don't know. Yeah, it does feel weird that the canon romance, not canon, but like the one that seems like it put the most effort into was that like Liara and then probably Miranda, then back to Liara. But
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I did remember. It wasn't about Liara. It was you said you had a theory that Jack is the best for Shepard. So what is that?
Yeah. Okay. So stay with me. No, it's not that deep actually. It's definitely more. I'm probably a little bit of bias here, but I just feel like the way they wrote them feels more genuine than the other romances I have seen. I've experienced because yeah, I've romanced Liara and Ashley in one, Tally, Miranda, and Jack in two, and then in three I romanced Jack and Liara, and I maybe Tally once, but so like out of all the ones, oh yeah, I did say Miranda, but yeah, all the ones I experienced, it just feels the most like genuine almost.
Even though
Like
you'd agree that they seemingly put the most effort into Liara.
yeah, but it's like Shepard barely shows emotion on his like day to day.
Yeah.
Bro is constant poker face,
Yes.
and there's a mission I did last night. It's where you recruit Grunt, and I brought Jack along, and I was like lying to the soldier.
Lying to the soldier.
Yeah, I was lying to the soldier about his wounds to kind of like get information. I go, looks bad, buddy. You're gonna kick the bucket. So then he, it's a merc, so you don't really care for him, but you get him to tell information. You can get him to lie to his squad so they don't come bring reinforcements. Blah blah blah. And then you could be like, like the Paragon choices. I'll be like, all right, you better get going. You better find a shady spot before you die. Obviously, his wounds aren't even that bad. And then yeah, he's and just kind of like hobbles away. And then Jack can be like, that was like that was funny. Or you thought that just something like that, like that was too funny. And Shepard could be like, yeah, I thought so. It's kind of like
I I
he
think
thought that was funny. Like he thought that was funny. It's kind of like he has a sense of humor, but it's like I've only ever gotten that dialogue with Jack.
I got that dialogue as well, which makes
That's
sense
what,
because yeah, I brought her along once I
yeah,
got her.
but it's like I never remember Shepard saying that was funny any other time I did that.
That's the theory right
But
there.
like,
No.
but no, there is more. Like I could be wrong. Like I could probably look up dialogue stuff, but like I've never heard Shepard say that. So he has a sense of humor, apparently. But
Yes, she brings
but
out the best.
but he kind of like jokes around with her a bit. Like when you're like talking to her, like it's definitely not like knee slapping funny, but like just like the way he talks to her is kind of passive, sarcastic.
Yeah, he
And it's
flirts
kind
with
of
her.
like yeah, it's kind of like he doesn't really talk like that to the other characters.
So,
And this is all
yeah,
new.
obviously I wouldn't know. So you're saying he doesn't really sound as flirty with them.
Yeah, like I was like lighthearted or yeah, like joking around. Yeah, flirty.
It's kind of the approach he has to take with her because she's the one who's super serious.
Yeah, but then then obviously all of that plays out. The romance happens, and it is a majority in three in the Citadel DLC where yeah, obviously he dances with her, which I guess he dances with her regardless. But Shepherd dancing, that's not a thing. As he does do that regardless of your romance with her or not. Um, at a certain point, I'm having to remember stuff now, especially for three.
She
Yeah, it is
she brings out the dance in him.
the dots, but yeah, it isn't until the Citadel DLC when he just acts kind of goofy.
Well, I feel like yeah, he does that a few times in the Citadel DLC.
Yeah, just like she's being when you're in the arena, she can be like kind of sexual, like passively sexual, just like Like, you're fighting the mech, and then she's like, "Keep shooting, and I'll help pop your thermal clip." And you could be like, "Oh yeah." and, and obviously, like I said, and like I mentioned before, like the Paragon choice is, yeah, you guys blow up the robot and you pull her like by her ass and like you kiss her, and then when you go back to the apartment, when yeah, she's like, yeah, strip. He's like, why? Like, why? Like, what? Why? He's like, it's a surprise. He's like, I like surprises.
Okay.
And he looks like kind of happy too, and that's when like the tattoo starts. But it's like he sounds
Surprise tattoo.
happy. He sounds like happy and like jokes around with her like that he doesn't do. Like, given I will admit I haven't done the Citadel with other romances because I've only done the Citadel once. So maybe he does act like that with the other romances, like Miranda or Liara, Tally, blah blah blah. But it's just like he didn't act like that in my experience with any of the other characters.
I feel like most people wouldn't like a surprise tattoo.
I like surprises. Oh, now I want you to see it because just to see him say that, it's so funny. I wish I could. Maybe I'll like clip it. But yeah, it's really funny.
Well,
Before I
I could
touch the movie,
also easily just like do that again at some point too.
yeah,
But well,
yeah, that's kind of my theory. Is like, he knows how to joke around, and like he smiles, and he doesn't do that.
not unless it's that DLC.
It's like, I don't know. Maybe there's something about military man and psychotic bitch. I guess that just brings it out in him. It brings out his inner child.
All right. I think it's time. I think
For the
we've
boy,
been going over 4 hours.
for the boy or the ending.
I'm gonna count them as the same. Let's just start with the boy, I guess, because fucking the boy, the dream.
Boy.
Yeah, there's not a lot to say. The dream sequences are garbage. Um,
Yeah, they feel so forced. Yeah, we kind of mentioned earlier. Basically, beginning of the game, there's a boy in some vents. He is very sus. No.
yeah,
I mean, maybe a little bit, unironically. But Shepard's like, "Let me help you. It's not safe." And the boy just kind of goes deeper into the fence and disappears. And then you don't see him again until like the end of the sequence slash mission, whatever you want to call it, when you see him getting into an evac ship and a Reaper shoots it down. Obviously, the kid dies. He's like far. So the kid obviously dies. And for some reason, Shepard takes it upon himself to take complete and utter responsibility for this boy's death.
yeah.
And not the billions of other people dying.
Like okay, and the boy is supposed to be the boy at the end, right?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like I think it's like implied to take the form because of like Shepard's mind or something.
It's
But that's not
it's
much
a can
better.
of worms that it doesn't really elaborate on. It just kind of implies there's a connection.
That's why I said I think it's supposed to just be taking that form, so something Shepard can perceive. But that's still an annoying explanation. Like, why is it got to be the boy?
Yeah. It just made for some of the most cringe moments. Well, probably the most cringe moments in the whole series.
Yeah, because it's forced, and like there is no personal connection to this child, and you are forced to have this dream sequence three times.
It's a big old
Man,
ludonarrative dissonance, to put it in the
yeah,
terms Nakey Jakey used, where you're just killing shit like you're a killing machine the whole series, and then it's like, oh, this one boy.
God, that one boy on Earth, ignoring the rest of Earth and all of the humanity's colonies or the other species and their colonies. Like, no, this boy,
And he's sus.
he's a little sus, but he's so important. I need to think about him all the time, not all the time, but more often than I should.
I never had any dreams about anyone I romanced, but that boy I had 3 times.
That one boy I saw for maybe a minute.
I'm surprised that boy didn't flash before my eyes when I finished the game like they did. All right, let's just do
uh,
it. Let's say what everyone's been probably saying for like 12 years or whatever.
Past like 5 hours.
uh, so obviously, I'm just gonna say what I have already said about the end,
Mm-hmm.
which I feel like it's new to me, but this talking point has probably been regurgitated for 12 years straight. So it might not be that interesting to people who didn't play the game 12 years late. But yeah. Narratively, extremely dissatisfying. We already went over that. Why does it suck? Well, you have the choice.
Technically, technically four.
Yeah,
four
I saw the fourth one. Fuck that.
Oh, did you watch the original three and the perfect ending, or?
Oh, I was counting the one where you shoot the boy.
Oh, yeah. Then I guess there's like five.
So the do nothing ending, I guess. Where it should, yeah, there's that one where it's literally just like, fine, we'll repeat the cycle, and then you die and everyone dies. It's fucking.
The Reapers win.
So yeah, there's that. There's synthesis, which is also just Reapers winning. That's what Reapers wanted.
Yeah, in my opinion, I view that as that's the Reapers ending. That's the Reaper perfect ending.
Yeah, exactly. Um, handed yourself over to to the goo.
Yeah, you turn all organic life, I guess, or at least all like
All advanced
Like
life.
yeah, like something like that. Like I don't know if that includes animals, but it turns all life into synthetics for some fucking reason. I don't know how that works, but so it's kind of the Reapers win. That was kind of the point. Is they were exterminating organics and then
Synthesizing.
they're recycling them back into Reapers, and they just kept doing that. That was the cycle because organics and synthetics could never coexist.
So
They could never do that.
you have the Reapers win ending. Then you have the destroy ending, which
Which
is apparently seemingly the popular ending, and I don't think
Mhm.
it's really any better than the last ending, in my opinion.
that is the destroy all synthetic life, including the Geth, which is a big complaint of mine, which we will get to.
Well, yeah, of course, because yeah, you destroy all synthetic life, which is betraying everything that you've fucking worked for the whole series.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about it now. Yeah, that was one of my biggest pain points of why the destroy ending is the perfect ending, which I guess spoiler is yeah, it is seen as the perfect ending, so you have to destroy all synthetic life. The game warns you, oh, organics will just make more synthetics anyway.
That's what I'm saying. It's literally.
But like, it's like so like technically it's going to be pointless anyway.
He tells you it's pointless, and people still think it's the best one.
But to me, while that's kind of like you can learn from the mistakes of the past, especially after everything the Quarians learned, and now like what Shepard has been through, like being literally in the mines in experiencing the history of the Geth. There's also the giant elephant in the room that if in a perfect Paragon run, you have now made the Geth sentient creatures, and they are now their own species, essentially, and the Quarians are willing to coexist peacefully, share the Quarian homeworld, and rebuild it.
No.
And guess what? Destroying synthetics
Guess what?
kills all of those Geth, including Legion. Your buddy. Well, of course, including
No, yeah,
Legion.
it's including all synthetics. it, it
All of them.
it's it's not a good ending. I
Because yeah,
don't know why it seems to be the popular choice. Just like
it,
at a
so
glance,
yeah, so to recap, you have the Reapers win, spit in the face of your work and all the effort you put in.
or there's a secret third one which is could repeat the cycle, which is also kind of Reaper's win, and then you have the fourth one, which I chose, which I still don't feel good about because none of them are good. You have the Elusive Man ending, which is the Elusive Man was right.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
that
control.
great? Isn't that a great feeling?
Yeah, you control the Reapers. Allegedly, I guess it's implied that Shepard uses the Reapers to help rebuild the galaxy, and then fucks them off into deep space.
So it's like, in my opinion, it is like the best of the endings, but like, doesn't it? Yeah, you have to enslave synthetics again for that. At least that's how I understood it. So
I have to look. I
like,
have to look into that one. I think that one is just Reapers and not the Geth. But I guess I have to look into that one because
I
I've never
thought it
chosen that
was.
one
I
too.
thought the whole point was that is synthetics and organics can't live peacefully, and that's what the kid was fucking saying. And he's like,
Yeah, that was like the whole point.
it's never gonna
Like,
work. And in past cycles, we've realized that like even synthesis didn't work in the past cycle, right? Has it said that at some point, or am I just
no, because yeah, you're the first species, obviously, because the Protheans made the Crucible, but yeah, your cycle is the first one to actually finish the Crucible.
okay? So I was just confused at that part, but I could be wrong, but my understanding was that you control like basically synthetics go back to being slaves to humanity because they can't if they are like uh completely self aware can do what they want. There is no such thing as peace in that world. That's how I understood it. I guess if that's not true, it's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, I had to look it up. Like I said, to my knowledge, it's just the Reapers the Shepherd controls, but I'm not certain. Trying to skim it quickly.
Okay, because in that case, it would be that Shepherd dies, but you control the Reapers to do the right thing, so everyone lives. If you know, if that doesn't negate all the work you've done, to give the synthetics free will.
Okay, apparently, yeah, apparently the control is just specific, just the Reapers that Shepherd controls. Not all synthetics.
Then, hmm, I don't think that's as bad anymore. Honestly, I guess I didn't understand that part.
Okay, and apparently synthesis is also a mixture. Is Yeah, organics have a little bit of synthetics, and synthetics have a little bit of organic traits. So I guess it is like it's like a blend, yeah, a perfect blend.
I think well, I just learned something, and I don't think the option I chose is that bad anymore. I mean, all that happens is you lose Shepherd, which sucks. But
Yeah, yeah. Destroy is the only one where Shepard's body physically stays intact, which is why it's seen as the perfect ending
I
because it's
think
the
that
only.
makes it the worst. That doesn't make it the worst ending, but the way you just described the other two makes Destroy sound the worst to me because that one's where you commit genocide, and the other two uh don't sound as bad in that case.
Yeah,
Look at us
yeah, because
learning.
yeah, it's one thing to defeat the Reapers forever, But yeah, you just straight up kill the Geth without any insight to how anyone else would feel about that.
Yeah.
Especially by three, you've kind of grown a little fond of some Geth, you know?
What ending do you typically choose?
Destroy.
Okay. Oh, because you want him to live.
Yeah, like usually I chose destroy because I'm trying to stop the cycle from ever repeating itself. And yeah, like I said, yeah, the perfect ending is considered destroy because yeah, if you get enough military strength, for some reason I don't know why just military strength determines that after the crucible is fired, Shepard's body is among wreckage on Earth, I guess, and he lives.
Yes.
Like I said, that's probably because that's the only ending where his body is intact.
I think him
Like,
living isn't the greater good. I'm happy with my my choice after, especially after
yeah,
hearing that it doesn't control all the synthetics, because I thought that's literally the point of that ending is that they said that synthetics and organics can't live peacefully once synthetics had like higher knowledge or like higher free will. But I guess misunderstanding on my part.
yeah. I mean, it's just not a good ending. Any of them really.
No, none of them give you the because you still have to face that the elusive man was right,
Mm-hmm.
which just you should have just been able to fucking come together and take over the Reapers and just call it an A. Come on, it wasn't that hard.
Yeah, it's just just the ending sucked ass. Just as yeah, I'm trying to just none of them just sound all too good. Like I guess in a way, the control does sound the best, but it's just kind of like yeah, the elusive man in Cerberus was right.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge bummer narratively, but I guess like as far as the state of the world, I think that's probably the most moral choice. I guess maybe
Mm-hmm.
that's why it's blue. I don't know.
I'm not
Who the
sure.
fuck knows? All right,
Yeah,
we've done a lot here today. I mean,
yeah, probably
it,
probably too much, but we knew it was gonna be a
if you
lot.
have any other comments to make, go for it. But yeah, this is the longest podcast I've done since I did one with Skylar like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, where we talked about Lord of the Rings, and that took like about this long.
Yeah, I feel like ours was really long.
Ours is very long. Yeah, four.
Just like I think like we have like three or four that are really just really long like this.
Not this long. This one's like 4 hours and 15 minutes or something. Yeah. Who's gonna listen to that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel there's a lot more we could say. Like,
Of course
I'm
there
sure if we,
is, but yeah,
I'm sure if we prepared better.
yeah. Ultimately, to make this much more listenable, we could have done much more work. But this is what we did
Mm-hmm.
because it's the Not
Mm-hmm.
Relatable podcast, and this was our discussion.
There's nothing related about talking and listening to Mass Effect for almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah, probably somewhat incoherently at points too. There was a little while there, I think we were just like,
No, yeah, definitely. Like, yeah,
we got tired. Tired to use your brain that much for 4 hours straight.
yeah, kind of. And I haven't eaten.
Yeah, I haven't done shit. I mean, it was like 8 when I started this, and then I was like, oh, I'll do something after, and now I'm like, I don't think I can do anything after this.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm not gonna get any Mass Effect time in tonight.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
I mean, I got plenty, but
we uh we gave like a double length episode for the week we missed.
there you go. We fixed it.
We did it. Well,
And now
are
we know
we
this.
done, or did you want to say something? Do you want to cap it off in any way?
Uh,
Well, bang, okay.
uh, well, yeah, gamer poop. Quick lightning round. Lightning round, gamer poop. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, actually, I was laughing a lot more than I probably should have been.
Yeah. Context. It's a big like a couple episodes of just memes, YouTube poop of the Mass Effect, just editing dialogue, making jokes, funny, all that. Blah, blah,
The
blah.
first
YouTube
half of
poop.
the series was probably making me laugh more, because it
Yeah,
definitely gets repetitive. The style of joke, but like I was laughing a lot.
yeah. YouTube poop, but Mass Effect.
It's just every line is about sex in some way, or fucking, or sucking, or ass, or
Yeah,
tits. Like, yeah,
yeah. Anyways,
that was the time.
yeah, early 2010s. Yeah, mid 20s, 2010s.
All right.
I guess, yeah. I guess that is, yeah, one of my favorite games of all time, minus the ending. It's not perfect, has a lot of flaws. The boy sucks.
The boy sucks.
I guess it's cool that you enjoyed it as much as you did,
Oh yeah.
especially for its genre.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yeah. Now I'm thinking again. Um, 3 is hard. I think it's an 8. Mass Effect 3. I think it's an 8 out of 10.
698.
Yeah, it could be an 8 or a 7, but then it doesn't seem right because it's definitely closer in quality to 2 than it is to 1. uh
It
that's
has
my
some
hang up, but like after discussing it, there's definitely like a lot of things that I think 2 actually did do better in ways, but obviously there's things 3 did better too. I had a
three has
lot
some
of
hot and
fun
some
with
highs.
3, but I'm just trying to be as unbiased as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go with 8, but uh yeah, I don't do half ratings. So I'll go with 8, but
Mm-hmm.
otherwise it would definitely be like a
Yeah.
7.5.
Yeah. Maybe, perhaps we will revisit that someday. I do feel like subsequent playthroughs are, I don't want to say necessary, but I would say they enhance the experience.
Oh, I know it. I can tell already.
It is, besides the obvious Destiny being like a live service game, so it's infinitely replayable. It is like one of the only games besides Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Star Wars Knights of the Republic 1 and 2. It is like the only games that I've replayed as many times as I have.
Usually, I mean, there's plenty of games I'll replay the shit out of, but usually nothing. Probably never anything as long as these. So that's the
Yeah.
only daunting task for me, because usually the
Yeah.
games I'll replay the shit out of are like 8 hours or less
Yeah, they are a
at
time commitment.
longest. At longest.
Yeah. They are definitely a time commitment. Like, given all of the side quests I did in one, a lot of them I had never done before. So I probably could cut my time. I still I did that in 30 hours, roughly.
Yeah,
So, and that's only one. That's not including doing everything in 2 and 3.
I'll
So,
put some time between playthroughs and I'll do it. Eventually, I'll get to it again. At least like 2 and 3. Probably 1 also, just because I'm gonna bother myself if I don't uh include it.
it's almost a ritual to do all three.
Yeah, and I guess I should try that. Well, actually, I don't know. If I want to try the tally romance, I might just start at 2, where I already like have the save from one to get the payoff.
Yeah.
But if I do start from one, I'll probably do that. Just because I'm curious, I'll probably do that Liara run.
I mean, might as well. Like I said, just trying different people
Yeah. All right.
because they definitely change a lot. But yeah, anyways.
I've said all right like that like 5 times, but we're still here.
Oh yeah, no, no.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think.
Anyways, I
How
guess
the fuck do you
I,
end that?
I guess we said some words.
We did. We said a lot of
Um,
words.
mm-hmm.
We'll do something less wordy next time.
Yeah. I guess we should go.
We will do that. We will see you guys in the next one. Uh,
Bye. We should go.